Okay, good evening and welcome to Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. This evening, we want to do a bit of a dissection. Beg your pardon, let me just see if this works. So, we will try a few things. I'm going to try something here. We were going to do, oh, sorry, beg your pardon, whilst I'm doing that. It's going to be back in a second. Yeah, we're back. And we're back. Now let's see. Is that possible to do? Yeah, it is. Good evening to you. If those of you watching me on Facebook, please, we urge you all to subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube now as well. Let me just check. I just want to be sure we got everything in hand. What are we doing? We're gonna try and just get this figure here. There's something we need to bring to your attention, and there we are. Now, what we do next is we're going to talk about something that is pertaining to tonight, to what's going on right now in that contraption. But I'm waiting for a few minutes for those of you who are on Facebook to join us. We'll be putting it on the various platforms. You'll be seeing it coming up. So give us a few minutes whilst we, play around with a few things just to make sure that works. Just want to make sure we got things covered. So welcome on board. Please do share. If you do share, it does help. It really does help if you share. So we got it here. And please welcome on board. Once again, you're watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. What I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be sharing it on a few platforms, and I'd like people to please help us. You can do that. Share this broadcast as you're watching it. Share it with others. It's really important, particularly if you're on Facebook right now. That's a camera right there. Good evening and welcome. Welcome on board. Give us a thumbs up as well. Hit the notification button and of course subscribe. Now let's try and do this. 1 second. I just need to get that information to you since you are here watching. I want you all to please. It's very important. You are very important in this in what we're trying to do here. It is really important you understand that you have a big role to play in what is going on and how we're going to do it and all of that. So I'm going to try and do some more, share it, just a few places here and there, because it is important. It is very, very important. Okay, I forgot that one. Okay, I'll do that next time. So, okay, so go back and then next, send. So we're going to do that. And then we'll do one more. Then I'll be back to you in a second. But we need to give this every opportunity we can. And I want you all to know that it is very, very important. I wouldn't be putting this forward because we need to make some exposés, as it were. And, many of us are live on air and everything else, and that's good. And that's what we want. We want you all to help us. Please do join in. Make sure you spread the word. There'll be a few things we're talking about. So we want to give you a few minutes, those of you on Facebook, that you can please share this broadcast. I'm going to put it on Twitter as well. We need as many people on board as possible on the platforms that we have. So let me go. The next one is that one. Okay, we're going to share it on there. So join Citizen AY Live on Twitter as well. I'm sharing it to Twitter so they can just click on it. So I'm just going to put this here. 1 second, please. Just give me a minute. We need to really build this up. I want to thank those of you that will join this morning, this afternoon, on the work we did on the Commodore and how we exposed the fraud we call Contraption Nigeria. I want to make sure that he's in one piece, as it were, because what he's done is to expose the lie of the fraudulent governance that we have in place. And we are going to continue on that vein because we are not interested in keeping what's the word for him? Keeping a military regime in place. and oppressing and suppressing the people. We cannot be part of that kind of discussion. We will not support that. So we join forces with those who are exposing the fraud we call One Nigeria. We join forces with them, and we will continue to expose the fraud. We will continue to expose the fraud called One Nigeria. It is a fraud. So it is a fraud, and there's no doubt about that. Let me just put that here. I don't know. Sorry. Let me try that again. I don't know what's happened here. It's playing about somewhat. Okay, let me go back again. Sorry, I'll try it one more time. Let's try it one more time. So we'll do it this way. Okay, so we got it now. Okay, so now we got that done. Let's try one more thing. Do bear with us, please. Do bear with us. Sometimes when you're trying to do these things, you have to try and just be. Let me have a look. Put it in there. Put it in there. Okay. Okay. So good. So now we're putting it there, and just bear with us, please. Those of you on YouTube, we're just trying to make sure we get as many people as possible on board. Those of you watching, as you're coming in, give us subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube, hit the notification button, and of course, give us a thumbs up. Very, very important. We need to try and build this up, and we need your support in doing that. We really, really do. So please do not, don't be, what's the word? Do not feel in any way sort of, don't be disheartened or anything. We're just trying to make sure that we maximize the viewership. It's really, really important. So we're going to be putting it on various platforms, and then we will then go, of course, we will ask those who are on YouTube to, of course, join us as well. So, but before we do that, we're going to do this. So I'm going to be doing this more and more. Let me just put that there now. So let's get that going. So there's a lot to expose and discuss and look at. So now here we go. Now we're gonna do something now. I want you all to see this now. This topic that we're gonna touch on is it says here, Decree 4, Buhari and the continued oppression of the media, brackets, of the media in brackets, and then press. So they're the same thing, Citizen AY. Very much straightforward. So let's now, let's do something. Those of you who are watching, let's do something. We are just trying to get a few things going. So do bear with us. If it looks a little bit, now we're gonna go live on Facebook. Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention. I don't know if anybody's on the other side. I hope. Do beg your pardon. Let me just check. I just didn't realize. I might have to pull one of them down. If you are there, I just completely rushing and doing a few things. It does take some time. But listen, good evening and welcome to Citizen AY on Facebook. Those of you on Facebook, if you're watching us right now, we'd like you to go and join us and subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube right now. We'd like you to go to Citizen AY on YouTube and subscribe right now. We need to build that platform up to make sure we have an alternative, be able to, specifically, this message is for my Biafran brothers, my Middle Belt brothers, and some Yorubas who may not be able to speak Yoruba. This platform is focused at those that can speak the language, the English language. And of course, we know for the sister, we have a sister platform, which is OduduwaTVRadio. Largely there, we speak in Yoruba, and that is we're grateful for the support and how you how you work with us on that. So we want to just bring this to your attention. So those of you watching us, do make sure you tell family and friends and everybody to join us. It's important that we bring this, open this platform as wide as possible to reach as many people as possible, particularly on YouTube. Like I said, on Facebook, subscribe, share the broadcast. It's really important. Of course, what we tend to do on most cases, if you haven't signed the NINAs, here is an opportunity for you to sign it. If you haven't, we will put it on both platforms so that you can sign the NINAs. And we will even give you a double, we will do a double surprise, as it were. So you're going to get the NINAs. Let me see, you'll put the number on here. But please, when I put the number, do not call yet. Do not call yet. It's way too early. But to make it, everything be put out there so we can see it, I'm going to give you the number. Now I'm going to say, please sign the NINAs. Please sign and share the NINAs. Sign and share the NINAs. So do bear with us. We're going to just do this, share the NINAs. Okay, so we're doing that. Now, sign and share the NINAs. And now, the next thing we're going to do, of course, is, so I'm going to pin that there. And the next thing, also, go to www.citizenay.org. Let's get that done. citizenay.org. .org. And there you can download the proposed constitution for Yoruba people. Download the proposed constitution for Yoruba people. So there. So you got 3 for the price of 1. 3 for the price of 1. Proposed constitution, Yoruba constitution. Click on the blue button. By clicking on the blue button, I'm going to put that there. By clicking on the blue button. By clicking on the blue button. So once you see the blue button, you will be able to download the Nigerian Constitution. So onto your, for your own use. So let me just make sure I got that. Copy. So now good. Please, as you're coming in, it's important that I urge you, those of you on, like I said, you can see there are things that's been done deliberately by Facebook, and that's why we're doing what we're doing now. We were doing some tests. It confirms a few things. We know that we have more people watching us than what is showing on the screen, but that's okay. We understand what the game that's been played, but you can help us. Ekale Daya too, Moraina Ekale. Good evening. You welcome on board. Welcome on board. Those of you who are on Facebook right now, would like you to go on YouTube and subscribe right now. It is of immense importance that you do so, and we want as many people as possible to get this information. It's really, really, really important. When it comes to Citizen AY particularly, we are more certain that YouTube is the place to be. It is the place, it will be the place to be in terms of what we are trying to do. So we would need you to go on board. Let me just put it that way now. So just give us a few minutes. The topic is there on the screen. So I'm going to put that on there. Just make sure. So those of you who are watching, if you are watching us, I would like you to please share it and encourage others to join us on YouTube. It's very, very important. You can see the numbers are playing about. We know that there's more people. I mean, we have over 100,000 followers on Facebook alone. So you can see the numbers don't compute. They simply do not compute. But that's by the by. That's okay. But we want to thank you all. Continue to share it. Let's build it up. Let's build it up. When you do come in, please do wipe your feet, as you call it. But by that I mean hit the subscription button, give us hit the notification button, and give us thumbs up on YouTube. That's on YouTube right now. We're live right now on YouTube, and we're live on Facebook. So good evening and welcome on board. Now the next thing I want to do, of course, just give me a minute, is to just check that we have everything that we need in place. I wanted to just check 1 or 2 more final checks. Yeah, okay. So now let's again, as you're coming in, when you come in, the first thing you do, please go to you. If you're those of you on Facebook right now, go on your YouTube, click subscription button on YouTube. Very, very important, and you will be helping to spread the message, and it's of immense importance that you do so. There are information that you would get here that you're very, very unlikely to get anywhere else. I'm not saying everything 100%, but we kind of, there are things that we can almost say we do we make a lot of effort, and we do a lot of research into things before we bring it on air. So good evening to you all. Good evening and welcome. Let us do something here. Let me do a song. It's a native song, and I want to play that because I actually want to remind. The song we're playing, it says Ileya. That means it's time for going home. Those of you who are Biafrans and who don't speak Yoruba and Middle Belt, this song is called Ileya. It means it's time to go home. And listen to it. It goes like this.
Ẹrú ò lè ṣe ọba, ọba ò lè ṣe bí ẹrú. Ẹrú ò lè ṣe ọba, ọba ò lè ṣe bí ẹrú. Ọmọ Odùduwà Iléyá, Iléyá o. Iléyá. Ẹrú ò lè ṣe ọba, ọba ò lè ṣe bí ẹrú. Ọmọ Odùduwà Iléyá, Iléyá o. Iléyá. Alẹ́pọ̀ nílé àwùjọ fún aláṣọ nílé àwọn wàkísà, ọmọ ẹlẹ́ran wọ́n jẹ egungun, ọmọ Odùduwà Iléyá. Àwa ló la àṣà, àwa ló ní iṣẹ́, àwa ló ní ìmọ̀, àwa ló lóye. Àṣẹ̀dá ló dá wa bẹ́ẹ̀, àdẹ̀dá ló ṣe wá bẹ́ẹ̀. Pé àsíá rẹ̀ sókè kó mi àfẹ́lẹ́lẹ́, ọmọ Odùduwà Iléyá. Iléyá o. Ẹrú ò lè ṣe ọba, ọba ò lè ṣe bí ẹrú. Ọmọ Odùduwà Iléyá. Iléyá o. Iléyá. Ìdí tí a gbọ́dọ̀ fi lọ lélẹ́yìí o. Iléyá o. Òmìnira máa wá dómìnira. Àwọn ìjòyè wá di pàṣẹ fáwọn ọmọ ọba. Iléyá o. Abẹ̀rù orí adé bó ṣe wá ń sùn káàkiri. Iléyá o. Gbogbo orí adé wa gbogbo ló máa wá ń sùn lé. Iléyá o. Yorùbá jí lójú ohun ẹ̀dá kan tì mí sọkún. Iléyá o. Yorùbá ẹ jí lójú ohun ẹ̀dá kan tì mí sọkún. Iléyá o. Gbogbo ọmọ Oòduà ẹ jí lójú ohun ẹ̀dá kan tì mí sọkún. Iléyá o. Iléyá.
So I hope you enjoy that. Those of you who are Biafrans, it's a lovely song. It's just saying it's time for us to go home. Time to go home. Go home as in get our independence. That's what it means. And Biafrans and Middle Belt, I hope you understood that. And those of you who are Yoruba people who don't understand, I hope we've that explains that a little bit. And the pictures and everything. And we want to thank the guy who sang the song. Really beautiful song. Now the next thing, we're going to sing our national anthem. And I'm going to be doing that deliberately so because I want to make sure that we begin to put this into what we're doing. Please don't forget, as you're coming in, subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube. Very, very important. Now, let's go ahead. Good evening, Tosan Ayeta. Covenant Child, good evening to you. Ernest Mohomale, good evening to you. Alaji Oshuolale Oladoshu, Allah Kufe. Good evening to you. Chinedu Jerome, Igwedima, good evening to you. Silent Dove Ines, good evening to you. Lashe Boluwaji, good evening. Chinedu Jerome, Igwedima again, a Covenant Child. So there are many of you. Oladimeji Gabriel, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Tosan Etan, Abiodun Ayobami, good evening to you again. So I posted the link before. I will do it again. I don't know. I think it disappeared on the screen. I must have maybe I didn't quite get the thing in time, but I'll do that again. But please, when you come in, do subscribe. Share this broadcast. It's really really important. We have very important information to share with you tonight. So let's do one more thing. We're gonna sing the national anthem. It goes something like this.
Ẹ jẹ́ kí a kọ orin orílẹ̀-èdè wa.
Iṣẹ́ wa fúnlẹ̀ wa, orílẹ̀-èdè wa, ká gbéga, ká gbéga, ká gbéga fáyé rí. Ìgbàgbọ́ wa ni pé bá ti bẹ̀rù làbọ̀ mọ́. Kashishe kajola Ìṣọ̀kan àtòmìnira ní ẹ jẹ́ ká máa lépa tẹ̀síwájú fọ́pọ̀ ire àtòhun tó dára. Ọmọ Oòduà dìde bọ́ sípò ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ. Ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀.
Thank you all very much. Thank you for watching. Please share. Really, really important. Don't worry about the numbers going down. It's okay. We good. It's all right. So we will, first of all, if you haven't signed, let me put the number up. I thought I did earlier on, but maybe it didn't quite catch it. So today, again, we are doing something here. We are just trying to make sure we get the numbers, get the numbers up. And please go and subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube now. I will even help you along. I'll do something first before I go ahead, because we want to make sure we go get that figure, build it up, really important that you do so. So we're going to put the link up and you will see it. Join Citizen AY on YouTube now. So I'm going to put it there so that you can do that. Let's put that up there because it's very important that we get this information out there. It really is. And we don't want anybody to control the how our information is delivered. So let me just do one more thing. Oh, sorry. Let's do that. Oh, I'll do beg your pardon. Okay. So we got that. Now I'll let's do this. Now I'm going to pin that for a while. So let me leave that there. Those of you who are on Facebook, if you're joining me, if you're joining for the first time, welcome on board. You're watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. Tonight, we're going to go into Decree 4. Decree 4. How many of you have heard about that word Decree 4? You know what is going to be shocking about this? Many of you youngsters, I'm talking, below 40, below, you will not have been born when Decree 4 reared its ugly head. You won't have been born. So we're going to do a bit of a going down the memory lane, and we will talk about it a little bit. So the question is, let us put the discussion, let's put it out there. It goes something like this. The question, what we said is, Decree 4, Buhari and the continued oppression of the media, in brackets that is, press, Citizen AY. So now we've put the topic out there. Now let's go digging in. Let's go digging. Before I play the thing here, I'm going to do something. I want to take you back to 1984. Now, the story, you need to go back sometimes. Sometimes you have to go back again. And it's interesting that in 1984, there was a man called Buhari. He was a military man. He was a They took power by military means. They imposed, oppressed, suppressed, killed, silenced anybody. They did not allow for anybody to speak up. If you spoke up, you were silenced. You are destroyed. Ken Saro-Wiwa, till this day, he was one of those that was killed when he spoke up for Ogboni people. They killed Ken Saro-Wiwa. The military made the judges. The judges were doing the bidding of the military. I'm giving you the background, and I might play a video about that later on to see. In fact, I might even go looking for that video. But before I do that, I'll come back to it. But I want to talk about the central subject. Please keep in mind, those of you watching now, subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube now. It really will make a big difference. We're trying to make sure we have that platform up and running, because Facebook, in terms of Citizen AY as a platform, we are being targeted. Like I keep telling you all, we have over 100,000 followers on YouTube. So what is happening is they are either making sure that the numbers are not reflected when we do our broadcast. I don't know what it is they do, but they're doing something. But that's okay. We're good with that. But still, that's why I'm asking you. The platform Citizen AY needs your support so that we can continue to get information out, to make sure you have the relevant information and be able to make informed decisions. Now, going back to what we're saying. Now, what is Decree 4? A bit of a history lesson. So, in 1984, Buhari passed the infamous Protection Against False Accusations Decree, dubbed Decree 4. You can see it highlighted on the screen. Let me make that bigger. You may not be able to see it. Let me make that bigger. Let's help. If I can I do that? Yeah, I can. So, I want to make that a little bit bigger. When is it now? So you can see it. Here we go. So can you see that? I'm sure you can all see that. So let's read through it. So it's very, very interesting, and it's important to know the background. And that's why we're doing this. That's why we're taking the time to do this. Now it says here, Buhari passed the infamous Protection Against False Accusations Decree, dubbed Decree 4. That, in essence, is what Decree 4 is all about. Decree 4 means if you say something against somebody in power, you can be prosecuted. That's what it means. You cannot, even if it's true, you are not allowed to say it. So already you can see that we are not in a democracy. Now, I'm going somewhere with this, and the clue is in the picture you see behind me. There are two men, and I'm going to bring them up closer up now. There are two men in the picture that you see behind me. Now, let's go and do a little bit of an interesting stuff. I'll bring that in to see why those pictures are important. Now, hey presto. What do we have here? Hey presto. What do we have here? What do we have here? Isn't that interesting? We have Kayode Okikiola and, of course, Chamberlain Uso. They are both from, you all know it? Do you know it? Do you know the platform they are on? Do you know the press they're with? It's something with C. It's Channels. Channels TV. Now, here is where it gets interesting. You remember I was talking to you about Decree 4 before? This is it now. Now, the government, because of the interview they did with Kunle Olakumi, I think, is it Olakumi? I hope I keep mixing that name up. The Commodore. The Commodore, the Commodore that gave the expose. And many of you watching on Oduduwa TV Radio would have seen us do cover that extensively. The Commodore, let me just see if I can get that right. I'm just trying to make sure. Just bear with me. I want to make sure we are on the same message. We're on the same page here. I want to say the name correctly. So beg your pardon. Let me just make sure I get that right. 1 second, please. Where are we? I'm just want to library. Okay, now let me just I want to make sure we get that right, because it's very important. These things do matter. saying it the way it should be said is very important. And so just bear with me. I will get his name out, and I did remember it, but sometimes you do a lot of things. Yeah. Okay. Hang on, let me just go back again. Kunle. Sorry, sorry, I don't know what's going on here. Kunle Olawumi, yes. His name is Commodore Kunle Olawumi. Let me just make sure I get that right. Navy Commodore Kunle Olawumi. So let me write that down, because I will be referring to that name quite a lot. Navy Commodore Kunle Olawumi. So because of what they exposed, these two now, they had to go to Abuja. They were taken to Abuja, and you saw that, and the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation faulted channels. They started saying, and they were saying, protection against false accusations decree. They were something to that effect, forgetting that we are now in the same government are the ones who, don't forget, they are telling us that we are in democracy, and they used this promulgation decree number 24 of 1999 to tell us, which was dressed up as a constitution. Can you see the problem here? Can you see there's a problem? So let's carry on. So now, the reason I'm doing this, I'm going to now play you a video of late MKO Abiola. I want you to listen to the video, and then we will then fast forward and then read a bit more about this story, and we will do a few other things. I hope that's okay with you, and please do share this broadcast. It's very, very important that we do this. I really do want you all to continue to. Somebody's calling. Let's see if it's good evening live. Good evening. You're live with Citizen AY on Citizen AY. Yes. 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 Okay. Yes. Oh no, I'm actually. Yes. 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 Benny. Màá tẹ̀ ǹdẹ̀ sí wọn. Benny. Bóyá dé. Benny. Benny. Wow. Ẹ ṣeun. Àti ṣe yín. Akọ̀tì. Okay. A máa pín. A ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. A ṣe. Okay. Jenry, Benny, ẹ ṣeun. Benny. Màá jíṣẹ́, màá ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. Ẹ ṣeun gan ni mà. Ẹ ṣeun. Ó dà mà. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín. Bye. So what he's basically saying was that, you see, we did a program earlier on where we exposed the fraud. We spoke about a lot of things. We talked about the Islamic organization that Buhari and that Babangida took us into. So a lot of things was exposed there, and they want us to cut that up and send it, and we will do so. So very important. So I do beg your pardon if I spoke, in English and in Yoruba, but we endeavor to do that. So now, thank you very much. So we ask you all to please do that. It's very, very important. Make sure you continue to share the broadcast. Join Citizen AY. Subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube now. Now where we were going was, we talked about this decree. Now, it's important you understand what Decree 4 is about. You have an idea of it. And who brought it into law? Buhari. Who is in power now? Buhari. And what is happening now with Chamberlain Uso and Kayode Okikola? They are now being placed under that fraudulent decree. Decree 4. In effect. Now let's listen to this. So now I'm going to play you MKO Abiola. I want you to listen to this. Let's go. Late MKO Abiola. Listen to this. Here we go. Very important.
While launching the NUJ Journal, Chief MK Abiola maintained that if journalists can be penalized for writing an error, how many doctors should be killed for their mistakes?
This continent, journalists are withdrawing in the political struggle, while the rest are whining and dining with the Island Club and the Ikoyi Club with the whites. Journalists are the ones in jail.
So did you hear that? He said journalists are the ones in jail. Are you following me? Under the same Buhari. Are you understanding? Okay, let's carry on. So let's go on a bit.
At the National Theatre, Igomo, Lagos, journalists across the Federation, representatives of foreign missions in Nigeria, as well as other special guests, started arriving for the launching ceremony. By 11 a.m., over 500 people had taken up their seat. In his welcome address, the president of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, Alhaji Bola Adedoja, said that on the part of the NUJ, Decree 4 is unnecessary, superfluous, and constitutes a clog in the free flow of information. He said it is not in the best interest of the rulers, the people, and the growth of a viral press in this country.
Looking at the provisions of Decree number 4 and the judgment of the tribunal, it is profoundly clear that the two journalists and the Guardian newspaper limited were not actually convicted for.
So let us pause that. So you see, journalists jailed by Buhari under Decree 4 in 1984. Journalists jailed by Buhari under Decree 4 in 1984. So I'm just trying to, I'm giving you Nduka Irabo and Tunde Thompson. Can you see? So you can see that Nduka Irabo was jailed under Decree 4 in 1984. And Tunde Thompson. Now, of course, that's not Tunde Thompson. We all know that's Lai Mohammed. But let's carry on. So.
But rather for failing to disclose their primary source of information. If the two journalists, especially Mr. Tunde Thompson, are disclosed.
Let me roll that back. Let me roll that back. So now, Tunde Irabo, jailed in 1994. Nduka Irabo, jailed by Buhari under Decree 4 in 1984. Journalists under the same Buhari in 1984. They say a leopard never changes its spot. I will leave that with you. Let's carry on.
Had disclosed the source of information, probably they might not have faced the trial at all. If this had happened, it is not only the source that would have been betrayed and injured, but Nigerian journalism would have been roundly discredited. The struggle for a free press or a conducive atmosphere for the practice of journalism is not just the responsibility of a few journalists or the NUJ leadership alone. We all, that is all journalists, must be involved. We must show solidarity. No journalist is free from the cudgel of the powers that be. Any honeymoon between a few journalists and the powers that be lasts for just the period when nothing in any material particular embarrasses them.
In his speech, the past president of the Nigeria Labour Congress, Alhaji Hassan Sumano, claimed that he has never seen any member of the public that were either in support of or against the decree, but quickly added that Nigerians have the right to question any leader, be he civilian or military.
Anybody who takes public office, whether by the gun or by the ballot, also should know that he becomes public property. And then all dreams, whether secret or open, should be open to those who they are governing. And that's why Nigerians have the right to question anything that the leaders of this country do, whether they are military or whether, because Nigeria is nobody's property. Nigeria belongs to all of us, and we as the government, we have a right through the press or through other channels of communication to question anything that any section of this country feels is not in the best interest of the country. Because I don't believe that any individual or a collection of individuals have all the answers to all the problems of this country, or any country for that matter. So I think it is in that particular light that Decree 4 is just not right, it is just not proper, and it just has to be expunged from our law books, from our decrees, from the laws of this country.
While launching the NUJ Journal, Chief MKO Abiola maintained that if journalists can be penalized for writing an error, how many doctors should be killed for their mistakes?
This continent, journalists are withdrawing in the political struggle, while the rest are whining and dining in the Island Club and the Ikoyi Club with the whites. Journalists are the ones in jail, in the front line of fire. They still are in a different capacity. They did not complain. Let us support them because their fight is our fight. Today it is Guardian. Tomorrow it could be any of you. And anybody, it was Kennedy who said at the wall in Berlin, he said, all those who doubt the value of freedom, let them come to Berlin. Let them see the wall. Human barrier built to prevent man from visiting man. That is the creation of a barrier, unseen barrier in our minds. Barrier of fear, barrier of uncertainty, barrier of cowardice. Let that barrier come down, which will come down with your support.
From the National Theatre, Igamo, Lagos, Dr. Onibokun, TSOS News.
Okay, so that was a travel down the memory lane. It was important to do that because we wanted to really touch on what was really happening. Now, I want to just play you a snippet of what got these two fine men, fine journalists, into trouble. So you can see them there. They were interviewing Navy Commodore Kunle Olawumi, and that was why they have put the Decree 4 in effect. Now, let's just play a little snippet of it to hear. So you see, that was all the way back in 1984 when Decree 4 was in effect. It is raising its ugly head again. It has raised its ugly head. In fact, it's never gone away. Let's play it.
The gate of NDA is thrown open, and everybody have access to come and pray in the mosques. And I want to actually enjoin journalists to go to all military formations across the country on Friday by 1 o'clock. You are going to see the same thing happening across all military formations, including Naval Training Command at Papa, including the division in Ibadan, including NDA, including Jaji. I was in Jaji in 1994 for my junior division. And every Friday, our gate is thrown open. And everybody comes in to pray in our mosques. Even though they have their mosque outside. If you go to Defense Headquarters, I serve at Defense Headquarters as the Deputy Director, Defense Administration between 2015 and 2017. Throughout my 2 years at Defense Headquarters, I received visitors only twice because of the strict security architectures at the Defense Headquarters. But every Friday, the gate of Defense Headquarters is thrown wide open for everybody to come in and do Jumat. That is the time the terrorists have the time to profile our security environment.
Has that always been the case?
It has always been the case. I've served the military intelligence
Let's just watch for a few
for
minutes.
the past 35 years. It has always been the case. Our problem is religion and social-cultural. I mean, people will expect me to come here and start talking about kinetics, about operation and so on. I've been an operational commander all my life. I've commanded warships, I've commanded troops, I've commanded men outside Nigeria and so on. But I'm not going to come to your station to discuss kinetics. The problem is not kinetics. In 2017,
Listen, no.
2016.
Please continue to go on.
I'm always a member of the Security and Intelligence Brief at the Defense Headquarters.
We do appreciate
I told them, General Lawrence Shakin then, that the challenge we have in this country cannot be solved the same way we solved the problem of Niger Delta. The Niger Delta problem was solved during Yar'Adua time, basically by me. And I told them that we can't use that same template for Boko Haram. I told General Lawrence Shakin to look at the center of gravity of the problem. And we all came together. I was made a member of the committee, including Atahiru that just died was a member of that committee in 2016, 2017. And we came to a conclusion after several arguments. The arguments were three. To identify the center of gravity of the problem, one group said it is the fighters, the Boko Haram fighters at the center of gravity, so we should go after them. Another group said the center of gravity of Boko Haram is Abubakar Shekau. So if we go after Abubakar Shekau, then the problem of Boko Haram will be solved. I took exception to the group. I said that is not the center of gravity of the problem of Boko Haram insurgency that we were having between that 2012 and 2017. And General Lawrence Shakin asked me, Olami, why are you giving problem? What is the problem? Give us the answer. And I told General Shakin that if I tell you the answer, you are not going to be able to solve the problem. He said, what is the problem? I said, the center of gravity of Boko Haram and insurgency in Nigeria are the sponsors of that program. It was beyond us. Because the job we need to do is kinetics. Fight, destroy places, resolve issues. Yeah. But we cannot resolve issue of sponsors of Boko Haram that were in Buhari's government, that we know them.
When you say we, who
I was in the military intelligence. And the defense headquarters staff that I work with, they know. And that was why we couldn't pursue that aspect that could have resolved that problem. Because you need to arrest people. And recently, 400 people were gathered as sponsors of Boko Haram. Why is it that Buhari government has refused to try them?
So the government knows sponsors of Boko Haram?
Of course, it's in the news. In April this year, the government said they have arrested 400 Bureau de Change related, people that were sponsoring Boko Haram. They told us. And Abu Dhabi also helped us to arrest few Nigerians. Tried them, we know them. Why can't this government, if not that they are partisan and they are actually part of the charade that is going on, why can't they?
Did you hear that? They're part of the charade that's going on. I'm playing this in context. I've played it before when I spoke in Yoruba. But I wanted to give my Biafran brothers and Middle Beltons and Yorubas who can speak Yoruba the opportunity to understand some of what we discussed earlier on today. Sorry, beg your pardon. So it's very, very important. So that's why, you see, I've got them in my picture. You can see the picture of Kayode Okikiola and Jembalin Uso as my background. And that is my nod to them, that they are press. After all, we are part of the media, quote-unquote, press, because what we are doing now is giving you information. What I am doing now, effectively, if I were to be doing this now in contract with Nigeria, do you know how much trouble I will be in? Do you know how much trouble I will be in? They would have yanked me off the seat. They would have yanked me off that seat, off the seat that you see me sitting in. So that's why these guys, I'm doing this. We are going to keep the pressure to make sure that they are released. Because they've been invited to speak, and apparently they're going to find channels. Now, we don't know if it's a game or whatever, but the fact is that you can tell this is still Decree 4, and I will bring you a bit of a read up that I will show you later on. Let me see if I can find it. But in the meantime, let's listen to a little bit more of what he's saying here, because I think it's important.
Bring those people out for trial.
So the Bureau does shunned operators on the one hand, but
yeah. So here are those two. And let me just put the picture up so you can really understand. Sorry, let me just do that. I want to just do something quickly here. Okay, so I want to just do this. So there you have them. So I want to just put that in the middle so you can see that that's the two of them. Can you see that? So those are the two of them. So the Chamberlain Uso is further away, and Kayode Okikiola is closest to us. So just there. I wanted to just put that. Now let's go back and listen to it.
You particularly said people in government. Are those part of the Bureau de Change, or those people that you say are in government are still there, government is aware, and government is condoning them?
The people I mentioned that are in government are not these ones they just arrested. You remember this Boko Haram issue started since 2012.
Yeah.
And I was in the military intelligence that time. We arrested those people. It is my organization that actually conducts interrogation and interview. And they mention names. I mean, I can't come on the air and start mentioning names of people that are presently in government now that I know. Presently in government. That the
presently in government, can you not see? Somebody said on here, on YouTube, Facebook, we are already at war. Only if we wake up early, we can defeat. Exactly. That is what we're trying to say. So, this is very important, and I might come back and I think I will probably be going in and out of this particular interview over the course of this broadcast. But let's listen to a little bit more.
Boys that we arrested mentioned, some of them are governors now.
Did you hear?
Some of them are in the Senate. Some of them are in Aso Rock.
The people that Navy Commodore Kunle Olawumi interrogated, some of them are in the Senate, some of them are governors, some of them are ministers, look, we are at war. My people, we are at war. And the central focus of the broadcast still remains, of course, Decree 4. Don't forget, the people that you see behind, that's the focus of tonight's broadcast, but it is relevant. The relevance of what we are saying right now is what we're trying to do. These guys were simply trying to do their job. And I'm trying to make sure that in case somebody comes and start telling you, oh, why they should have been arrested, I'm giving you the context. They simply asked Navy Commodore Kunle Olawumi, they asked him, they brought him on board, and he told them his views. And as a press, you should not be interfering with what the people want to say. You are only a platform for which the people can come and discuss and say what they feel pressing and they need to say, which is what Navy Commodore Kunle Olawumi did. But what happened is the federal government of Nigeria have thrown them in jail. Let's have a look. And I noticed today in channels, as of 7 o'clock this evening, there was no mention of the arrest of Chamberlain Uso or Kayode Okikiola. There's no word. And I also know that earlier on today, he went in solidarity to them to sit and stand outside the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, or whatever they call it. He went there, and they wouldn't let him in because they were speaking up. This is that they are attacking our freedom. Look, we are not in a democracy. The mere fact that they can do this, and I'm going to read you the documentation. Give me a minute. Let me get the documentation out. I'll post this at this point. Let me just get this documentation out. Let me just do this. Sorry about this. 1 second. Let me just get this right. 1 second. Channels. So, channels. Let me just do this. So, I'm going to give you. Okay, let's go and look at this here. So let me read to you why we are doing this. Here we go. Now, listen to what is happening now. Oh, says DSS. No Channels TV was arrested 3 hours ago. The Department of State and Security debunked reports that if it arrested journalists 3 hours ago. So why is it? Okay, if they didn't, then let's go back and do something then. Let's go back and do something. You see, I'm glad I'm showing you that. Let's go back and do something. You know what? Give me a minute, oh. Give me a minute. I am gonna get this to you, and we will both read through it, because this is the trickery that they're very good at doing, this fraudulent governance. And like I said, I just keep that there, and I want to break this down. These are, we are under a military decree. I tell you, that is exactly what's happening. Now let's go and get let me just type this in. 1 second, please. Give me a minute. I'll get it to you. Once again, those of you on YouTube, please subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube. It's important we have that platform up and running to be able to give information. We cannot rely on Facebook. Facebook will do whatever they want to do because they want to control things. Certainly when it comes to Citizen AY. I reiterate strongly. We have over 110, almost 120,000 followers with 53 or 54,000 likes. And you're telling me that only about 101 people are watching? Carry on. I'm not. So that's why I'm saying that, so that will make us all to really take the action we need to take and actually assist us. So let me read this bit to you. I want to just get let me just get it here. So I'm going to come back to that one, but I want to read this one to you. So now let me read that. Can I read that? Sorry, I'm going to just let me see if I can get that to you. I don't know if you can see. Can you see that? I want to try and read it, but I don't know if you can see it. If you can't, so we're going to read that together. Let me try and blow that up, because that's what I want to do, really. No. Okay, we're not going to let me do it. It's too much. It won't let me do it. I was going to try and go into that particular page, but there's nothing for me to grab onto. So let's see. Can I do that? It won't let me do it. But I'm going to read this to you. Okay, let me read it to you. So let me try something. So when I'm reading it, I want that picture to be there for you to be seeing the two men, and I can scroll up and down. Now here we go. So I hope you can see that. I'm sorry it's a lot of writing, but I will try. You know what? Give me a minute. It's not clear. I'm not too happy with that myself. The reason being, it is not really clear. So let me do something with that. Let's put this here. I'm going to come back 1 second, please. 1 second. Let me get you, let me get into something else. I think there might be a way around this for me that will be much more clear. So, let's go. 1 minute. I'll get it to you. 1 second. I'm just going to try and do this here. Then I can read it to you. Then it's easier if I can do that. I'm just trying to check it first. Beg your pardon. Where is it? I've seen it. Yeah. Okay. So we got it. Now we got it. Let's have a look at this. Let's look at that. So I'm going to bring that up now. Okay. So let's do this. So now we can read this. That's a much better. I'm more comfortable with this. I wanted you to be able to read through and follow, because if it's too dark, you won't be able to see what I am seeing, and that way, I don't want it to be hearsay. Now it says Buhari government moves to shut down Channels TV, orders arrest of journalists over Governor Autumn's anti-government interview. Through the National Broadcasting Commission, the Buhari government is set to wield the big stick, i.e. Decree 4. You remember, let me just, okay, let's carry on, then I'll come back to it. So, the Muhammad Buhari regime is subtly moving to sanction a media organization, Channels Television, and arrest some of its journalists over recent interviews aired by the platform, which are considered to be anti-government. Now, what did they say about that thing again? The government said, let me get that to you. In fact, I'm going to do something. Beg your pardon, let me just do this. Okay. I'm going to just...
Why should a government...
So pause that. Now, remember, I was showing you something before. I'm sorry I'm moving between screens, but I want you to follow what we're doing. Remember, the same Buhari in 1984, he said protection against false accusations, decree dubbed Decree 4. That's what you followed. So let's go back to this one there. Now let's bring back what we were showing you before. I'm sorry if I'm moving around the screen, if it's moving a bit fast, but nonetheless, we need to do that. Now, so it says here, now instead of saying the person, it now talks about anti-government. Can you see? So they've changed the word slightly, but it's essentially the same thing. We're still talking about decree. That's what it is. We're still talking about decree. So it says here, Sahara reporters learned that through the National Broadcasting Commission, the Buhari government is said to wield the big stick against the television station. Buhari attacks Section 39(1) of the Constitution. The government plans to shut Channels TV and arrest pressmen in a dangerous regression to Decree number 4. Now, do you see the connection? Do you see the connection? Do you see the connection? You see the connection between the 1984 and we are now in 2021. The same Buhari. Can you see the connection? Type 1 if what I'm saying makes sense to you, please. Please keep in mind, if you haven't subscribed to Citizen Air on YouTube, go and do so now. So welcome on board those of you on YouTube, and let me just make sure I do this. I beg your pardon. So I'm just going to do this. Let me just go here. Let me just make sure. So type 1, please. I want to just make sure if you're watching me and you can see that it is the same decree that they used in Decree 4. They used in 1984 that is now being used on us. Type 1. I want to make sure people understand, we get the idea of where we're going, because I don't like to just just talk without having the crowd following and understanding what we're talking about, and it's important that it makes sense. It's very, very important. Please, as I said, don't forget to subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube as you're watching. It is of immense importance that you do so, because as we speak, you can see the numbers are radically down on Citizen AY as a platform. But that's not a problem. We can solve that if you subscribe to us on YouTube. So it's very, very important. I do appreciate you all. Very, very important that you do so. Now, let's bring this on board. So now, like I was saying to you, it says here, it's in a dangerous regression to Decree number 4. The Buhari government, using NBC, has ordered the closure of TV channels and ordered the arrest of the station's journalists for interviewing Governor Autumn, who brought up the story of Buhari Fulanization agenda, and a guest who revealed that the people who are high up in the Buhari government are sponsors of Boko Haram, a top source revealed. Let me read that to you again slowly, in case you are not understanding. Major Navy Commodore Kunle Olawumi said that the people who are high up in Buhari government are sponsors of Boko Haram. Yes, that's what he said. And it is absolutely true. He has blown the door wide open. Wide open. If we have to say this broadcast in as many languages as we can to make sure that we understand the enormity of this information and how we can use that to make informed decisions and desist from supporting one Nigeria. Totally. 100%. To stop those of you who are speaking one Nigeria, this is a very important point. Something that you must hold on to. And tell those of you who are still supporting one Nigeria to realize that when a retired Navy Commodore is saying that his words are people who are high up, let me just highlight it so that you can get that message. and then I'll zoom it a little bit. Okay, let's can we do that? Yeah, we can. Hang on, sorry, let me just go up, and then I want to make you up. I want to do that. So you see, people who are high up in the Buhari government are sponsors of Boko Haram, a top source said. And the top source is none other than Navy Commodore Kunle Olawumi, which we are talking about here. So let's carry on. The government did not refute the facts advanced by guest Commodore Kunle Olawumi, retired, that the government has the names of sponsors linked to the conviction of Boko Haram sponsors in the United Arab Emirates. You know what is even more shocking? Interpol has their names. Interpol has the names of the terrorists, those who are supporting the terrorists. Interpol. But our government looks the other way because they are out to get the Fulanization of contraption Nigeria. Are you listening? Those of you Southerners talking about one night, are you listening? Are you listening? Are you listening? And we will probably play a lot of what Navy Commodore Kunle Olawumi said. But I want you all to follow what we are talking about. Yes, the evil impunity, double standards being practiced by this government against the people and Middle Belt, Southern Nigeria is daily being exposed. Alex Iheayi Onyagari Gaziri Nkem. You're absolutely right, my brother. Absolutely right. So, I'm just showing you that. Please continue to follow, continue to share this broadcast, and share it as much as possible. The best way, share it. Look, share it more than there's 95 of us here. Share it. There's 95 of you watching me on YouTube or Facebook right now. Make sure you share it and tell people to subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube right now. Do that. Because if we do that, if the numbers go below that, then we know that something is wrong. It's as simple as that. Just do the math yourself. 94 of you are watching. If we have 94 people sharing it, that will tell us that whatever numbers that the Facebook are giving us that is lower than that number, then you know that something is wrong. It is a simple math, so I'm not worried about that. That's why I'm telling you all. Please make sure you subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube. It is really, really, really important. Now, let's carry on. So, the government did not refute the facts advanced by the guests. So, they did not even dispute it. Are you following me? This government, they are so sure of them. They don't even dispute what the man is saying. They don't dispute it. They don't dispute it. You see? That the government has names of sponsors linked to the conviction of Boko Haram sponsors in the United Arab Emirates. In our government. Does the name Pantami ring any bell to you? Does the name Pantami ring any bell to you? Yeah. So, let's carry on. Rather than provide a concrete refutation, the government is trying to guard media by attacking the constitutional rights of the media and the journalists to practice their profession unfettered, the source added. Now, just to remind you, I will pause at that point. I'll bring it back. Just to remind you that back in 1984, yes, back in 1984, this is exactly, look at the room full of journalists. Listen to what this man said.
Section of this country, stealing is not in the best interest of the country. Because I don't believe that any individual or a collection of individuals have all the answers to all the problems of this country, or any country for that matter. So I think it is in that particular light that the reform is just not right, it is just not proper, and it just has to be expunged from our law books, from our decrees, from the laws of this country.
While launching the NUJ.
So, the reason I'm playing that is because it's like Groundhog Day. We are back in the same situation. It is like Groundhog Day. That means that what happened all the way back in 1984 is now back in play. And the same man who imposed it back in 1984 is the one who is the president today. No difference. In fact, it's even worse now. It is worse in terms of a number of killings. They've been killing for a long time. It's been hidden. This is now in the open. The genocide going on in contraption Nigeria is now in the open. They are not even hiding it because they did not refute the facts by the general. That is the central point we're making here. The very central point we're making here. Now let's carry on. So it says here, another source familiar with the order stated that the Buhari government had issued a directive. So the government now issues a directive to the Nigerian Broadcasting Commission. Of what business? Why is the government meddling? Why is the government meddling in the Nigerian Broadcasting Commission? Perhaps it's because of this. Listen to this bit. And just be prepared. When you get this, you better be sitting down. You better be sitting down. Because when you get this, a chill will run through your body. And why we must go for Yoruba Nation. Let me get that information out to you as we speak. In a couple of clicks. Because that point, they interfered. They're giving a directive. And this is why they are giving a directive. When I tell you we're not in the constitution, we're not in a democracy. People say, oh, I'm talking nonsense. Oh, yeah, you will see it. Let us bring this information to you. Many of you have seen it, but in the context of what we just read now, it is very, 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 very vital that this same thing is brought back and you understand. Once you understand the context in which this is being discussed, you will know why you cannot support one Nigeria. Period. Now, let's bring it up. Hey, here we go. Now, let's do this. Let's, can I do that? I want that. I don't want to make it, I want to just do, how can I do that? Yeah, that's it. So I'm going to do this. Yeah, that's what I want to do. Okay. Now, at the top of the page, I want to show you something. Can you see that? Can you all see that? Let me see if I can make that bigger. Can you see that? I want to make that as big as possible. Can you see that? Let me try. I'll try again. No, okay. Okay, it's not going to let me do that far, but that's fine. I think you can probably see it, but let me... 1 second, please. I'll get there. It's just sometimes you have to give it time to really get to the level it wants to get to. And I did do it just now. So, okay. Okay, let me just try one more time. Okay, let me try it now. Now I'm going to try it all the way because I think I needed to make it bigger. Oh, gosh. Hello, I can't let's have one live. Hello? Chele Soro. Hello? Oh. Chele. Hello? The line is breaking up. Oh, Mark me. Okay, Esho. Mark me. I'll call you. Okay. Right. So, sorry I couldn't take that call now because now I want to show you something. So, please just hang with me now. Because you see the line here that I want you to keep focusing on. Let me just show you this. I want you to listen to this. Listen to this bit here. It says here, another source familiar with the order stated that Buhari government had issued a directive to the NBC to sanction channels over airing of the unpleasant interview. So because it's unpleasant, they have instructed them that a directive. And usually a directive means that you have no say in the matter. You do as you are told. You do not question the Olori, the head. You do not dare question Buhari. Now, I want to bring you to, I'm showing you this thing here. Let me see if I can get it. Okay, let me just make it bigger. I'm showing you this because I want you to see, Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Promulgation Decree number 24 of 1999. That word again, decree. It is rearing its ugly head again. And that is what we have. And I'm going to prove to you that we are not in a democracy. Many of you would have seen me do this before. If you have, good. But still, what I want to do, I wanted to just bring this to you so that you can be able to be absolutely certain. There is a section I want to go to that speaks directly to this directive that they're talking about. Why you should know that we're not in a democracy. Listen to this. Now let's go up here. Sorry. It's too much there. Okay. Now, oh. No, okay. Let's just go back. Okay, it's not going to do that. Okay. Now, I think we got it. So now let's go all the way to the top and to the back, to the bottom. Now, I want you to look at something. Where is it? So now, listen to this bit. When they were going to print the Constitution, the same government, the same military, they issued a directive, but they used it in a different language. Listen to this. Listen very closely. Wherever it may hereafter be necessary for the Constitution to be printed, it shall be lawful for the federal government of Nigeria, federal government printer, to omit all parts of this decree. So they instructed the printers. And who does printing? Is it not the press? Yeah. The press are involved somehow, aren't they? Yeah. So they told them to omit parts of this decree and from the schedule, and the Constitution as so printed shall have the same force of law notwithstanding. So they co-opted those who were printing the document out to omit it. So what came at the beginning, can you see, this is why I'm saying we cannot support one Nigeria. At the beginning of this thing, they said we were a promulgation decree number 24 of 1999. Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, promulgation decree number 24 of 1999. By the end, look at what happened. Because of that particular line, because of that line where he talked about they give them the power to remove the decree part, you ended up with Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999. Meaning that you and I will think that we have a constitution, but it's a promulgation decree. And that is the same thing they're doing here. I hope you are following me. That's the same thing they're doing. So I just wanted to bring that as that was a sad issue that came. So it's a directive. They are telling the press. So once they start telling the press what to do, we don't have a free press. I keep telling you, we are not in a democracy. We are not in a democracy. These are things that we must understand. And I say this because it is of immense importance. And the sleeplessness, many of us who are in diaspora, we are having sleepless nights because of the killings going on, because of the oppression of our people. And that's why we are bringing this to your attention. Now, let's carry on and read a bit more. So I will carry on and read a bit. Channels TV license is to be suspended by the federal government over the interview of Governor Autumn and the retired naval personnel. There is also an order for the arrest of journalist Chamberlain and his colleague who are anchors of the program. They are to be brought to Abuja tomorrow, sources stated. Excuse me. This is not the first time the NBC will suspend the media organization under the repressive Buhari regime. Remember, I said in 1984, the same Buhari was operating an equally, if not even, worse, if not an equally oppressive, let's just say, equally oppressive Decree 4 governance. In 2019, the commission suspended Dark Communications AIT in the heat of the runoff election to the 2019 general elections for being too critical of the federal government. Also, in April 2021, NBC suspended Channels Television for airing an indigenous people of Biafra interview. NBC has said that the IPOB spokesman made derogatory and misleading statements about the Nigerian army. According to the commission, airing the interview breached the broadcast code. The NBC slammed the fine on the broadcasting company to the tune of 5 million naira. The reason I'm stating all of this, please continue to subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube. Let's see how many of you have actually shared this broadcast. Let's go and look. Please, I'd like you, if you haven't shared it, do so. Let's go and check. Let's go and have a quick look. Let's have a quick look on Facebook. 1 second, please. Because it's important. You sharing. Okay, thank you very much. So, let me take a screenshot of this. I want to laugh, to make you laugh. There is a reason why I asked you to do that, and I'm glad you've all done it. The fact that you've done that confirms something very, 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 very vital. And I want to just bring that to your attention. Oops, sorry. I will get that done. Don't worry. It's playing the game, but that's fine. 1 second. There is a reason why I asked you to do that. And I want to thank those of you who have done it. I want to thank you. So it's been shared 183 times, right? And the view is what? Less than half of that figure. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Facebook, it's okay. You not do well. It's okay. So I have it here. It's that's okay. That's okay. It just pumped, and I want to thank those of you that have shared it. Continue to share it, of course. If you shared it, share it again. We're just shaming Facebook. Facebook are saying that there's 80 of us who are watching, but it's been shared more than double that amount. That's okay. It's fine. But please, that's why you see that you need to subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube. Very, very important. Really, really important. You'll be doing something amazing and fantastic in doing that. You would allow us to continue to bring the information to you like we're doing. So, yeah. So now, I wanted to bring those two here have been invited. Now, the information that we saw earlier, they said, let me see, what did he say again? I wanted to see, now, it says here, so earlier today, so now they say the Department of State Services has debunked the report that it arrested Channels TV journalists over an interview that the interview the station granted Governor Samuel Ortom of Benue State. According to reports not by Vanguard, you see, now you can see that we are under Decree 4. Listen to this bit. According to reports, in brackets, not by Vanguard. Can you see that our press is already repressed? Can you see? Because the Vanguard is trying to make sure that they do not end up getting sanctioned by this oppressive governance. Are you seeing this? Are you seeing this? Are you seeing? It says, according to the report, not by Vanguard, DSS arrested Chamberlain, Uso, and his colleagues following their program that featured Governor Ortom. There were also reports that the presidency had ordered the National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, to go after Channels TV over Channels TV license over the same interview. Reacting, DSS spokesman Peter Funaya told Vanguard that no Channels TV presenter was arrested as reported by a section of the media. He described the report as false and that it should be disregarded. However, Vanguard saw a letter from NBC dated 24th of August and addressed to the managing director, Channels TV, titled Notice of Infraction. My people, just read that too. The same people. Look, I'm not doing... All we do is speak truth to power on this platform. That's it. That's it. We don't do anything else. We only come and speak truth to power. That's it. The same Afunaya telling them that they have not done anything, they've not arrested anybody. But then there is a document that says director, written to the managing director of TV channels, notice of infraction, dated. Look, let's just Vanguard saw a letter from the Nigerian Broadcasting Commission, dated 24th of August. That was 2 days ago. And addressed to the managing director of Channels TV, titled Notice of Infraction. The letter made reference to the said Autumn interview of the same date and asked for TV channel to explain why it should not be punished for some infractions. The letter gave the TV station 24 hours to respond. It is reproduced below. Here we go. My people, are you in a democracy? You be the judge. Type 1 if you believe that we are not in a democracy. That's first one. Then we'll read through this letter. You see, it's like a rabbit hole. The deeper you dig, the more you will see all. They are being exposed left, right, and center. They are being exposed. Type 1. If you now know that we are not in a democracy, type 1. Type 1. Please, type 1. Type 1. Type 1. Type 1, please. Let us see 1. Those of you watching, please continue to subscribe to us on YouTube. It's very, very important. You've seen that there is more than this has been shared by more people that are watching it. That's fantastic. That's Facebook. Thumbs up, Facebook. Thumbs up. Thumbs up, Facebook. So it's been shared more times than by those who are watching it. That's fantastic. So 1, exactly. So for the fact that our borders still remain closed, the critical time that our farmers can no longer go to the farm, exactly. So please type 1. Fred Idowu typed 1. Kuye Ebenezer Adeyemi typed 1. So continue, please type 1. Very, very important, because I'm now going to go and read through that same document that you see on your screen. I'm going to read through it, and we are going to read through that document word for word. So the same government that is saying they have not arrested anybody. Look at what's happened. They cannot deny that they sent the National Broadcasting Commission to write that letter, and they gave them 24 hours. That cannot be denied. It is there. I didn't actually go. I wasn't even looking for the letter. You see, I wasn't looking for the letter. I was just looking for a document that talked about, the fact that the DSS were going to arrest him. I wasn't looking for. Now the letter just came. It fell into our laps right to you, right as we were doing this broadcast live. This was not prepared. This was something, because of the work we were doing, it came naturally. Because we speak truth to power. We don't. This is not about trying to, besmirch a name here. We are exposing the lies of this fraudulent governance, and why people who believe in one Nigeria, why you need to stop. Stop right there. Stop believing in one Nigeria. It is going to kill you and your family in the south. 63 people were killed in Plateau this morning. And the governor, instead of protecting the people, put a curfew on them. Guess what? The people were saying that the curfew is to keep them in the house so that the Boko Haram terrorists will come and kill them again at night. And then you're talking about one Nigeria. Let's get this right. I'm not sleeping. Many of us who are doing this, we are not sleeping night and day, because we know what is going on and we cannot be silent. The world may be silent, but we as Southerners, it is our job to rescue our people. I'm emotional about that right now. I am. The amount of killing, as you see, you get nightmares from the killing, the bodies, the heads cut off. Thank you very much, Dami Falolu, and Alex, Iheanyi Onyagori Zirikem 1. So please continue to type 1. Please do not forget, as you're watching me on Facebook, please just spend a few minutes, a few seconds, go to YouTube, click on Citizen AY, and type in Citizen AY. Hit the subscription button, hit notification, give us thumbs up. The more you give us thumbs up, the more people will be able to watch it. So this is very, very important, because you can see there are more people that have shared this than are watching it on Facebook right now. There are more people that have shared it than are watching. Something is wrong somewhere. That math doesn't add up. And I know on other platforms, when we do things, it's normally the other way around. So you will have more people watching it, and the people who are sharing it will be not quite the same. That's how it works. That's just how that's how it works. So this is a lie right here, right there. But anyway, that's why I'm telling you, those of you watching us on Facebook now, we are truly grateful on Citizen AY platform that you're watching us. Take the next step. Make sure you go and subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube right now. Hit the notification button, and of course, give us the thumbs up. Subscribe, hit the notification button and give us a thumbs up. Really, really important. You'll be doing a great favor because you can continue to get information that we're passing to you now. Now, let's go and read through the National Broadcasting Commission. Let's go and read through it. Now, this was dated the 24th of August, 2021. Office of the Director General of the National Broadcasting Commission. Number 20, Ibrahim Taiwo Road, Ashoko Road District. P.O. Box 5747, Garki, Abuja, Nigeria. Email, so on. The Managing Director of Channels TV, Channels Division, Abuja. Dear sir, notice of infraction. Listen on. The National Broadcasting Commission monitored the broadcast of your program Sunrise Daily between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. on Tuesday, August 24, 2021. The program, which had as guest Executive Governor of Benue State, Governor Samuel Ortom, was observed to contain inciting and divisive and unfair comments, which were not thoroughly interrogated by the anchors. So the job of the anchor now is to interrogate the people they're going to bring onto the show to speak their mind. That's not journalism. Journalism is where you provide a platform for those who are going to speak on your platform, on your TV broadcast, on your television station, to talk about their thoughts on a particular issue. You are not to direct them. You are not to control those thoughts. What they are saying here, interrogate. Are they the police? So hang on. So hang on. So let me get this right. So the press now have an extra job as the thought police. They interrogate the thought process of those who they have to bring them on. Can we bring it, sir? We want to just check first. See, because the government has given us a list of things. If you are okay, can you see this absurdity? And you're telling me we're in a democracy? Origination. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's really important. Don't forget, I urge you all, go and subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube. I've just given you clear instances now where Facebook are playing a game. There is more people who have shared it than are watching. It's just a simple thing. It's important to know that. But let's go back to this broadcast. So let's carry on. So it says here. So the press should now thoroughly interrogate. They should have been interrogated by the anchors. So you see now, when they said anchors, this is where now you know why they are arrested. Now we now know why they are threatening or have arrested Chebali Uso and Kayode Okikiola. So their job now, as well as now being media people, bringing people on board, talking to them, they now have to interrogate the people they're going to interview. That is your democracy for you. Good one. One Nigeria. Good one. Yeah, top marks. Well done. Good one. That is what we. You see, that is the evidence we're telling you. There is no one Nigeria. It's a fraud. It's a lie. Stop believing in it. If you're a Southerner, stop believing in it. It is a lie. It is a lie. It is a lie. L-I-E. Lie. You know, like Lai Mohammed. It is exactly that one. You see, it is like Lai Mohammed. Lying government. And that is what we're saying. We stand by that because these are lies that have been told. Now let's carry on. So they have to interrogate them. These negate the provisions. These negate the following provisions of the Nigeria Broadcasting Code. Let's read it. Section 1, Section 110(4). The broadcaster shall ensure that its presenter shall handle it with professionalism and sound judgment to ensure that it does not lose focus or lead to unfair treatment or institution. Attention! Attention! We hear them. That is your one Nigeria. Attention! You get that. Make me just so number section 311. 3.1.1. Here we go. No broadcast shall encourage or incite to crime, lead to public disorder or hate, be repugnant to public feelings, or contain offensive reference or organization alive or dead. Tell me which part of this has these guys infringed? We need to know. We actually don't you want to know? Would you like to know? I mean, I just want to know which part of this that these guys have infringed upon. I just want to know. I'm just curious. I'm just curious to know which part of it. Those of you, let's use our own thinking, our cerebral thinking. Has Chamberlain Uso or Kayode Okikola, have they infringed any of those two that I read so far? All they've done is ask questions. The guys have not been abusive. Everything they said is the truth. I am going to also play the Governor Otom video shortly. But before we get to there, let's just do this one first. So now, it says section 331B. The broadcaster shall ensure that all sides to any issue of public interest are equitably presented for fairness and balance. They have not done anything that's contrary to that. I don't believe. I've watched this show. I am going to watch Governor Otom now. But they are being fair and balanced. They are even talking and saying, okay, they're asking simple questions. They are not leading the interviewee. They are asking questions to their guests. They are saying, okay, the guest is saying what they feel. What they based on their experience and their knowledge in the area of their professional area, the area of expertise. That's what they're doing. So I fail to see how this governance can come with this nonsense. But let's carry on. Okay, so now 331 331E. The broadcaster shall not treat any individual or organization in an unjust and unfair manner. So again, there is not one. I'm sure those of you watching this, you will be looking at this and thinking there is no part of what Chamberlain Uso or Kayode Okikola has done that has run contrary to those rules, even though the government should not even be putting its nose in the broadcasting code. They are putting pressure on if it wasn't for the government, the broadcasting commission would not be coming in and doing what they're doing. This is direct pressure from the government. This is direct pressure. Direct pressure. You can quote me on that. Now, so let's go and read the next one. So let me just have a sip of water. I'm sorry. So, section 311.1A. The broadcaster shall ensure that language likely to encourage or incite crime or lead to disorder is not broadcast. There was nothing in the language that was going to lead to incitement. No, there was nothing. Nothing. There is no ground upon which any attempt to even arrest these guys is justified, because they've not infringed any of these rules so far, from what I'm understanding. And I am not a journalist. I'm not a journalist. I'm an accountant by profession, but that's not my area. It's not what I'm really. I do that, but I used to do. I've retired now because of this pain thing. But just a layman, and I'm interested in what's happening in that contraption. That's why my area of expertise, I can say that competently, is the Constitution, and that has led me and opened my eyes to many of the injustices. And I've now understood, like I've told you now, like I've now exposed to you, that we don't even have a constitution. It is a decree. I've exposed that to you. And it was by closely inspecting every document I could lay my hands on. And you are afforded that knowledge, because you deserve to have it. If you are in that contraption, you need to have that information so you can make informed decisions. Now, let's carry on. I'm sorry if I'm steamed up. I do get quite steamed up about this, because we've been lied to. Every single word spoken by Navy Commodore Kunle Olawumi, it was like a bombshell. It was like I was aghast. I was like, what? It's like everything you were thinking of was 10 times worse in reality. And you're telling us to believe in one Nigeria. Come on, wake up. Wake up. Now, okay, let's carry on. So the broadcasters are not ensure the language likely to encourage or incite crime or lead to disorder is not broadcast. Somebody's calling me. Okay, I'll take the call. Hello, caller. I don't know if you can. Hello? Hello, caller. Can you hear me? Hello?
Hello, sir.
I'm live right here. I'm live on air. So if you're watching me, more live right now. I'm live on air. Would you like to say something? Hello? Okay, Masolo. Hello? Masolo. Oh, I wanted you to talk. Okay, don't worry. Okay, we will do that later. She misunderstood me. So she was gonna call, but let's just I'm gonna try and okay, we will bring, if you want to, don't call just yet. Let's just finish this one. So the broadcaster, section 312.2. The broadcaster shall not transmit a program that incites or likely to incite to violence among the populace, causing mass panic, political and social upheaval, security breach, and general social disorder. Consequently, Channels Television is required to explain why appropriate sanctions should not be applied for these infractions of the Nigerian Broadcasting Code. Your response should reach the Commission within 24 hours of receipt of this letter. Thank you. Balarabe, signed, Balarabe Shehu Ilela, Director General. 24/8/2021. You can see his signature there. It is not a lie. That is his signature. Surprise, surprise. Another Fulani man. You are in a Fulani Sultanate. Those of you talking about one Nigeria, you are in a Fulani Sultanate. I'm going to show you something right now. Disabuse your mind quickly. Let's go for it now. Just type in Abuja Declaration and you can see what I'm saying. Enough of this nonsense. It is utter nonsense. These guys are lying. They're telling you lies and they don't care. They want to go for Fulani Sultanate, whether you like it or not. And you are standing there talking about one Nigeria. Wake up. Now, let's just see this now. Okay, so I'm going to show you the reason I talk about that. I'm telling you, they don't care about your rule of law. They don't care about your constitution. And here's why. Listen good. Those of you who are talking one Nigeria, listen good. Right, here we go. Okay. Listen to this line here and tell me afterwards if you still believe in one Nigeria. I've highlighted it. I'll make it bigger so you can able to dissect it yourself. Let me move it up. I want to make you to be able to see it. Now, I'm going to read it with you. Let's read it together. We can do that. Please don't forget, as you're watching, subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube. There are more of you that have shared it that are watching. That's interesting, that isn't it? But anyway, so let's leave that to one side. But listen, so it says here, let me just go back there. It said, let me just go back, sorry. Listen to this bit. Amongst other things, that only Muslims should be appointed to strategic posts. 1 minute. Oh, beg your pardon. No, yeah, it's correct, isn't it? Oh, I was in a bit of a rush. Oh, yeah, here we are. Sorry. As you are. Only Muslims should be appointed to strategic posts. So, none amongst strategic posts. Note, a big sign. Balarabe Shehu Ilela, Director General of the Nigerian Broadcasting Commission. Is that not a strategic post? Is he not Muslim? You decide. Let's carry on. Okay, now, non-Muslim religions should be eradicated. That means that if you are practicing as a Christian, even your own belief that you were born with, these people will stop you from from worshiping Ogun, from worshiping, Yemoja. They will stop you if you continue to support one Nigeria. They will stop you from practicing what your ancestors were doing before Christianity or Islam came. Because it says so. Non-Muslim religions should be eradicated. Are you listening? Nigeria should become a federal Islamic sultanate. And finally, Western law should be eradicated. I want to show you something and tell me if this will not be eradicated. Let's go back. Now, given that this constitution is a Western constitution, do you think it will be standing? Let you answer that question. I'll let you answer that question. What do you think? Let us all ruminate on that one for a few minutes. What do you think? What do you think? Oh, there's a lot of ones here. Thank you. I see that. What do you think? Do you think that when it becomes a sultanate, that Nigerian constitution will be standing? You decide. You decide. Already, I've already told you. Balara Beshewu La Elela, or whatever they call it. He's a Fulani man. He fits perfectly into the narrative of only Muslims should be appointed to strategic posts. And already, they are putting pressure, unwarranted pressure, on the people who are carrying out their job as journalists. They want to control the mind of the people. There is no such thing as democracy in that conception. They want to be like Afghanistan, period. That is what we are faced with. So I bring that to you. And it says here, like I said, Western law should be eradicated, i.e., this constitution will be meaningless by the time they're done with you. By the time if you don't wake up from your one Nigeria, by the time they're done, this constitution will be meaningless. And I want to add something else also. You that are practicing the senior advocate of Nigeria, be prepared to know that your document is a bin below me here. This is what they will do to it. This is what they will do to your document, your paperwork, the work, your senior advocate, all of the certificate you've earned all that years. Let me show you what they will do to it. Let me show you. 1 minute. I want to give you a symbolic way of how they will view your your certificate, your much vaunted, your much valued certificate, because it is not Sharia law. Here's what they will do. Watch. That's what they will do to your senior advocate certificates, lawyer, LLB, all of that. Are you listening? That's what they're going to do. You see? Yeah. Whilst you are busy talking about Nigeria, that is what they will do. Once they get the Sharia Fulani nation, they will rip it to shreds and put it in the bin. And they will tell you to go and queue at the back of the line. So I'm trying to put it in the bin. So you're hearing the bin rustling in the background. So your sum total of all your effort, just like those kids that were unfortunately tricked into fraudulent university that they had to that is allowed to stand in that contraption, is worthless. You will face the same fate, because it says here, at the end, it says here, which is what I want you to do to understand. It says Western law shall be replaced with Sharia. You see, and when you have law, you need to have a judiciary. What type of judiciary do you think they will have in a Sharia country? It is Sharia courts, Sharia people, Sharia judges. How many senior advocates are Sharia? Just a simple question. How many? How many of you in the South are Sharia? Do you have it? Do you speak Arabic? Because if you can't speak it, they will send you to first go and learn Arabic. Once you learn Arabic, you now have to now study for the Sharia. So you are back of the queue again. Remember, already in contract in Nigeria, all of the jobs as we speak, you are at the back of the queue. The Fulani get everything first. All of the strategic posts based on, let's carry on, based on, and I just want to show you, strategic posts. Only Muslims should be appointed to strategic posts. So however even if you say, let me go and learn Sharia, let me go and learn the Quran, let me go and speak their language, you are still going to be back at the back of the queue. And what is worse is your land will no longer be your own. They don't want to stop until they dip the Quran in the Atlantic Ocean. Amadu Bello way, wake up. Those of you talking One Nigeria, that's the reason I'm making this broadcast. Southerners talking One Nigeria, wake up. This is your fate, staring you in the face. So I'm bringing that, and I want to make sure you understand. So all of this stuff that you're talking about, they don't care about your constitution. They don't care about it. They are only, that's why I'm telling you, they give you as a document. To them, they know it is a decree that they are oppressing you. Here's the thing I want you to consider. When they're talking about the constitution, I want you to understand perfectly that as far as they're concerned, it does not relate to not a single Fulani man. Get that. Understand that. Let me say that again slowly. As far as the Fulani are concerned, that constitution does not apply to a single Fulani man. Not one. Because it is not Sharia. And also, you will be interested to know, it is a promulgation decree. They know it. They use it to, it's a takia move. They use it to control us. You must comply with the constitution. This is what it says in the constitution. You must be allowed, you have to allow us to be part of the South. How many of you can go to the North and argue that the constitution says you're allowed to live in the North? How many of you Southerners can go to the North and say the constitution says that every Nigerian can live in any part of Nigeria and go and live in the North? I'll wait. I will wait. Oh, how many? I will wait. How many? Those of you speaking One Nigeria, how many Southerners can go with the constitution, the section where it talks about the fact that any Nigerian can live in any part of Nigeria without fear or anything? Go and do it in Zaria. Go and do it in Borno. Go and do it in Kano and see what happens. But you see, the same thing, a Fulani one will quote you that and say, the constitution says you allow me to live anywhere in the South. And we don't question it. Now, do you see why I'm saying that the constitution doesn't apply to the Fulani man? It is used to oppress you in your own land. Let's wake up. Let's wake up. I'm just giving you facts. So I'm just giving you facts. So when you're talking to me about One Nigeria, what exactly do you mean? Now that I've explained to you what this constitution is really about, the constitution is there designed to enslave the mind of Southerners in the South to comply with the constitution, come what may. But when it comes to the Fulani man, he can kill you with impunity. Nothing will happen to him. It's guaranteed. He can come and take your land. Nothing will happen to him. It's guaranteed. Because he doesn't believe in that constitution and he knows that it is a fraud. It is a promulgation decree used to oppress you in the South while he can do as he pleases. You cannot go and sit and claim a land in the north as a southerner. Prove me wrong. I'll wait. Prove me wrong. All 200 million of you, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. I'm waiting. If you disagree with me, start typing. In fact, call me 447399580606. Call me. I'm waiting. And you have to be a southerner if you're going to call. You have to be a southerner. If you want to argue and you believe in, and you have to believe in one Nigeria, and let's discuss. Call. Now, I'll wait. I will wait. Oh, yeah. Please do it, oh. Sharp, sharp. Sharp, sharp. Do it. Do it, oh. I'm waiting. Call. Okay, let's carry on. Anyway, I'm just going to leave that to one side. But I'm telling you, we need to understand the Fulani do not care about that constitution. What they care about is that we must believe in that constitution. They know it's a fraud. They want us to believe in that fraud. They know it's a fraud. That's why they are happy to disregard it at any point. The 12 who are in jail now, the court said, let go of them. What has happened? They're not letting go. Do you know why? Because they are non-Fulanis. And do you know why they do that? Because they know that we will comply and accept that law. And do you know furthermore why? They don't believe in that constitution because they know it's a fraud. It only applies to us in the South. When are we going to wake up? When are we going to wake up? Yes, exactly. Northerners own a beer shop. As a woman, you must wear hijab. Is the Ramadan is on. Exactly. So let me read this to you. Sharia law is real and is at work in Nigeria in the north, and the Northerners that are against the law are using Igbo politicians in Abuja to cover up evil. Can Northerner own a beer shop? As a woman, you must wear hijab. Islamization is on. No? Well said. What's it called? Nduabuchi Oko. Well said, my brother. So I'm giving you instances here. I'm giving you clear instances. It's time we in the South understand what has been done to us. We have literally been brainwashed with a lie that we've been made to believe in. There is no one Nigeria. It's only a Fulanization agenda. And the quicker we realize that and stop believing in one Nigeria, the better we can rescue our people in the South. Again, I say it categorically. The constitution that they talk about does not apply to the Fulanis. A Fulani man can come to the South, lay claim to land in the South. Let one Southerner go and lay claim to any land in the North. I'll wait. Prove me wrong. There you will know that constitution is a fraud. The Sharia law is where they operate. They won't allow you to have beer, like somebody say. The women have to wear hijab in the North, and they are trying to roll it out in the South. So whilst we are believing it, once they take it over, now they will now take the whole thing off and they will throw the true color, Sharia. Just like Afghanistan, Taliban, Sultanate. Same thing. We need to wake up. We need to wake up, my people. So that's what I wanted to tell you. So now let's roll that. So now that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to show you something as well. Let me see if I can get. So that is very important. Please, I will talk about Amadou Bello later on, or maybe I might talk about it. But let's go. I want to bring that broadcast about where is it? I don't want that one. Let me just go and get Governor Otom. Let me just see. Let's hear what he said, because I want to just hear that bit. Governor Otom. Let me see. Okay, let's have a look. Let's have a look at what is done today. Okay. So 2 days ago, let me see, 2 days ago, grazing reserves. Okay. Now it fumes. So I will play sections of it. Let's go here. Let's listen to this bit.
The kit that I'm using is the Canon EOS R6. We can shoot at 4K at 60 frames per second, which is absolutely seamless.
So now, listen to this bit. So let's listen to 3 bits of the autumn. So, by channels, of course. So this is where you would understand the line. Let's listen to everything you said. See if we can. 7 minutes.
Yeah. A very good morning to you all. Welcome.
Let's forward it.
In whatever manner.
Let's go here.
As it were, gave their reputation. And the question a lot of people ask is, so what happens when that person...
I'm crying, sorry.
Don't force me to say the truth.
Sorry, I'm trying to... Where is it?
And crisis.
Sorry.
So of the... we don't need it.
People have said...
would be respected.
Here we go. That's it.
So,
let's go here. Let's listen.
Going to achieve that we had. And I have learned.
Let's listen to
300 and...
Now let's listen to this. There we go. So just go see me. That's how channels too, by the way. So just so you know. So let's listen now.
Welcome back. We're continuing our conversation on the subject matter and more. We've got, as you've seen there, His Excellency Samuel Ortom, Governor of Benue State. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us today on the program.
Listen.
Thank you very much, Chamberlain. I appreciate. Good morning, viewers.
Okay, well, yeah, you've heard about it. Everybody's been talking about it. The president's approval of the recommendations of the committee to review with dispatch the 368 grazing sites across 25 states, which they've not disclosed those 25 states. You've been consistent in your perspective about some of these issues, but now, given this latest perspective, what do you think is going on?
Amen, my brother.
Thank you very much, Chamberlain. I want to say that I'm disappointed with the presidency.
Listen.
One, we expect that we're in a democratic governance, and the presidency would have understood this. Some weeks ago, Mr. President challenged Nigerians that whether he is not ruling this country according to rule of law. And I came up swiftly and said that, Mr. President, if some people are deceiving you, let me tell you the fact on ground. You are not ruling this country according to the rule of law in all aspects. Some aspects, yes, but in other aspects, you're not doing it. And here we are. Let me tell you, is Mr. President not having an Attorney General to advise him on what the law says about land administration? Everybody knows. I'm not a lawyer, and I must not be a lawyer to know what land administration in Nigeria is, because there is the Land Use Act enshrined in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And
remember, I told you the Land Use Act, all of this, they are Western laws. It doesn't apply as far as the Fulani concerned. As far as the Fulani is concerned, it doesn't apply to them. That law is only written and applicable to Southerners. They didn't put it in writing, but that's what their actions betray. That's what I'm saying to you all. Let's listen on.
Amazes me for Mr. President to come out to say that he will revive obsolete grazing reserves and grazing routes. Where are you going to have that? I have had personal conversation with our president, and I've had personal conversation with Mr. President handlers. And I have said, look, when we had grazing routes and grazing reserves, what was the total population of Nigeria? Less than 40 million. This was when it was initiated. But then it was as a result of the laws governing northern Nigeria. Today, as I talk to you, we're over 200 million people. So how do you expect the same thing? The land that used to exist have not increased. It is the same 923,000 square kilometers that we had, but even less because of the ceding of Bakassi to other parts, to the Cameroons. Now, you're talking about in 2021, you're saying that open grazing should supersede every other activities of government, whether it is schools, settlements of our people, roads, construction, and other markets and other activities of human beings. Then I begin to wonder, how are we going to achieve this? So if Mr. President respects the law, the Land Use Act gives the governors the power to preside over land administration on behalf of the people that they govern. And so that is where we are. It's amazing, and I'm surprised to hear this coming from Mr. President, as if he doesn't have an attorney general, as if he doesn't have lawyers.
They are not interested. Their goal is Fulanization. Sorry, Governor, that is their plan. And like I said, I've said it before, the Constitution is of no consequence to them because they are only interested in, let me keep reminding you, as we talk, we just, we're talking, we're just talking, so don't be upset. Those of you don't be upset, we're just talking. Let me just bring you, it says here, Western law shall be replaced with Sharia law. So whatever is written, that is why they are doing what they're doing. That is why they are telling you, no, we don't believe in that. They don't want to come out and say it. But what they are really saying is, it's a Western law. It doesn't apply to us. That is why they are insistent that they are going to put new grazing. And what they are trying to do is to get us to agree to the new laws, because they know that we believe in the laws that they're giving us. Because it's not Sharia, they know that we are likely to accept it. But it's being imposed by a Sharia person. Do you get it? They played us for so long. These guys have played us for so long. With what? They are so clever. Look, they are so clever. They are so clever. But the game is up. The game is up. They have played themselves into a corner, and this time, please, you Southerner, talking about one Nigeria, you need to wake up. When they know that the grazing routes are wrong, and the president is still insistent, they've taken about 25 states that they're going to earmark, they are going to impose the Sharia. They are preparing to circle. We need to put a stop to one Nigeria, because it's not really one Nigeria. The real aim is the Fulanization. It says so. Western law should be replaced with Sharia law. Let's listen on to the governor. I hope the governor is getting this message. Send this video to him as well. Listen on.
Around him to advise him. I think Mr. President was misquoted, or he did it out of error. And he should come out and apologize to Nigerians, because there is no basis whatsoever for this to be going on when we know we have a constitution and the laws.
We don't have a constitution. Who is a Nigerian, Gogo? Who is a Nigerian? Tell me. Are you telling me that a Fulani man will stand, a Yoruba man will stand, and you say we are Nigerian? How? A Fulani man can kill any amount of Southerner, Yoruba, Biafra, Igbo. no law will touch him. He can steal whatever he wants. They say they put him in jail, but they free him. They'll do anything. They'll just leave it. They'll kill with impunity. So what is one Nigeria? I just want to know which part of what I've just said is one Nigeria. Which part? Just show me one part of it that is one Nigeria. Because one Nigeria by definition should mean that you are equal. So when a Fulani man does something wrong, he is treated the same way that they would treat a Yoruba man or a Biafran. But when a Biafran, a Yoruba or Middle Belt does something wrong, the treatment he gets is far worse than what a Fulani or Hausa man will get. That is not one Nigeria. Impossible. Impossible. Let's listen on.
That are available. The point is very simple. We have National Economic Council. This is Mr. President's council, inaugurated by him and chaired by the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The 36 governors and some key ministers, including Minister of Federal Capital Territory, are members of this council. We saw this coming and we sat down and said, how can we resolve this? The entire council came out with a resolution and let us establish a committee that will go around and assess the situation and come back with recommendations that will help curb these problems that we have in Nigeria today. The committee did this work. They came to Benue State. All the stakeholders were invited and they participated. And it was resolved at the end of the day, after visiting several states, that ranching should be adopted. But where states that have enough land to do open grazing, they should do it. If they want Ruga, they should do it. If they want cattle colony, they should do it. If they want open grazing, whatever they want, they should do it. But state by state case should be respected based on their peculiarities.
How many of you remembered when they attempted to take the life of Governor Otom? Do you all remember that? Have they found the men that tried to take his life? Have they? Have they? And when they attempt the life of a sitting governor, nobody's arrested. And the government are talking about grazing routes. What do you think that means? What do you think that means? Let's have a think about that. Now let's listen to what he's saying.
And this is what we came out with. And the policy was adopted by National Economic Council. But Mr. President chose not to implement the resolution of this council. But rather, you hear about Ruga, you hear about cattle colony, you hear about open grazing and all that. And if today in Nigeria, the whole country, whether south and north, majority of the states in the north, not all, have accepted that ranching should be adopted because of the challenge we have in security and all that. Because if you like it or not, today banditry, kidnappings, armed robbery, and so on is associated with open grazing. And the entire state, majority of it, which it means democracy, it must not be everybody, we have accepted that ranching should be adopted as a model to help curb insecurity, to help curb the problem of farmers and herders and all that. And if Mr. President, with all the array of very responsible people around him, will not advise him, and he will come out with a statement that he is reviving open grazing and also reviving cattle routes and grazing areas. Then it amazes me. I'm surprised. Are we in a banana republic?
Yeah, but Your Excellency, let me just follow up.
Yes, we are in a banana republic, wherever worse. We are in a Fulanized sultanate. It is undeclared. We are in a Fulani sultanate, an undeclared one. I'm giving you facts. Listen on. So we are worse than Banana Republic. We are like Taliban. Taliban is what Talibans are doing in Afghanistan. That's what the Fulanis are going to do to contract Nigeria, and are doing, unless we put a stop to it in the south. Let them keep that name Nigeria in the north. We must dismantle contract Nigeria. Let's listen on.
On something in your opening remarks, when you said you had spoken with the president and on a separate occasion, his hand.
Keep in mind, this is the man that they said has breached some sort of Nigerian Broadcasting Commission rules and ethics and whatever. Notice, there is nothing that Otom has said. He's not come out with abuse. He's not made false claims. None of that. That's why I'm playing this back to you. I hope you're following, those of you who are watching earlier on. There is not 1 ounce of anything they can point on and say they've contravened. If anything, and they're telling them he has to be like, it become like a interrogating your guests. Do you think they're likely to come your show if they feel that you're controlling what they're saying? Nah, not a chance. Listen on.
On a separate occasion. So, what was his response when you spoke to him about this?
His response, Mr. President has a set mind. Let me tell you, I have spoken to him personally. And his outing publicly also confirms what he told me. Mr. President believes that for peace to reign in Nigeria, there must be open grazing. There must be provision for cattle routes.
Are you hearing those of you Southerners talking about one Nigeria? They are trying to tell you that you are going to accept cattle routes, cattle grazing by force, whether you like it or not. That is Fulanization. In case you don't know, that's your one Nigeria. They are going to impose what you don't want on you, and you like it. Once they take everything over, if you don't like it, you leave the country. That's your one Nigeria. Let's listen on.
There must be provision for grazing areas. And according to him, Mr. President feels that those grazing areas that were enacted, especially in the northern states, and cattle routes, those who have encroached on it, because I raised it with him, and he insisted that those who have encroached on it should be relocated. And that was why I told him that, look, we're no longer in the 50s. We're no longer in the 60s, because the population have overgrown the land what we have. Land is not increasing, but today we have over 200 million people compared to the less than 40 million we had in the 1950s. So there is no way we can talk about open grazing. In my state, for instance, there is no land for open grazing, but there is land for ranching. And this is the global best practice. If we accept this problem will be over. And that is why most of my colleagues, in fact, the entire of my colleagues, irrespective of their party affiliation from the South, accepted that, look, the way to go, it is ranching. Most of the states in the North have also accepted that, look, the way to go, it is ranching. And I have recommended to Mr. President and his handlers that, look, just like we subsidize.
Remember that word, his handlers. Yeah, audio president has got handlers. Anyway, I want enough said. Let's just listen on.
Agriculture and provide subsidy for fertilizer and all that. We can do the same thing for herdsmen, because ranching, it can be a little bit expensive compared to open grazing. So we can actually help our herders by ensuring that we have subsidy for, in terms of water we provide, because their cattle takes a lot of water, in terms of fees that we provide. And we can devise several other ways. And I can assure you, I'm a farmer, and I know the challenges that we're talking about. I have a ranch, and I know the problems accompanying this. But at the same time, I know the potentials that we have. This is another way that we can provide millions of opportunities, millions of jobs, and also empower our people who, for now, when they cultivate rice and harvest the straw or soya beans, when they harvest the straw and all that is wasted and it is burnt. this can be turned into feeds. That is what I use in my ranch. And I've been saying that we can do all this. But Mr. President doesn't believe that. So I was not too surprised, but I was disappointed that after the entire country is talking about ranching. You have heard what Raji said, and many other responsible Nigerians who want this to be solved. But because I think Mr. President is pushing me to think that what they say about him, that he has a hidden agenda in this country, it is true.
Did you hear that? That is what they didn't want to come out. Let us play that bit again. That is what they didn't want to come out. That President Buhari has a hidden agenda, and that is why they came for channels. Listen on. Listen. Let's play that bit again. Listen closely.
But Mr. President doesn't believe that. So I was not too surprised, but I was disappointed that after the entire country is talking about ranching. You have heard what Raji said, and many other responsible Nigerians who want this to be solved. But because I think Mr. President is pushing me to think that what they say about him, that he has a hidden agenda in this country, it is true. Because it is very clear that he wants to colonize. But he is not.
Did you hear that? That's another thing. They don't want to hear that word colonize. Because they know that when we are saying that out, the game is up. There's nothing they can hide. They've tried to trick us in all ways. Now, once we are saying that and everybody is saying it in the South, they got nowhere to hide. And they want to stop people from... They want us to continue to believe the lie. Oh, unknown gunmen, bandits, kidnappers. It's a lie. It's fulanization. And every time it says that, they are so panicked. They are so panicked because they realize that when we all, that is why we need to speak about this. So those of you talking One Nigeria, we are giving you information that you need to use to wake up. We won't stop, because this is about the future of the coming generation, not you. Your coming generation and our coming generation in the South. If we do not speak up now, these guys will take it all from all of us. And we mustn't allow ourselves to be slaves in our land. Please, those of you watching, if you're watching me on Facebook now, do me a favor. There's 82 of you, according to Facebook. I know the figures have been depressed. Don't worry about that. But that's what's happening. According to Facebook, there's 82. Or even 81 now. Go to YouTube. Hit the subscription button. Hit the notification button. Finally, give us thumbs up. Let's see the numbers go up. That way, whatever Facebook does, we can just say, join us on YouTube. So Facebook can do whatever they want, and we have a platform to continue to bring information like this to you. It's very, very important. Please, we urge you, go now to the YouTube. I've got the link on there. Just those of you on Citizen AY, just click on it. Others as well, I try and put it on, but I'm showing it. Just please do that. It's important. And just go to, and those of you on other platforms, just go and type on YouTube, Citizen AY. It will come up. We would really need your help. We urge you to really assist us in building the numbers. You can see what Facebook are doing. There's more people who have shared this broadcast than are watching it. But hey, that's up to them. So let's carry on.
The first person who was Fulani president, Shagari was Fulani president, Yaradua was Fulani president. They were the best president in the history. But President Buhari is the worst president when it comes to issues of security and keeping his promises.
Wow. The worst president when it comes to issues of security and keeping his promises. That's very damning. They don't want that to come out. Again, once again, as we're doing this, please click on subscription button. Go on Citizen AY on YouTube and click on the subscription button now. We want to thank those of you that have subscribed. Within the last few weeks, we've had over, I think, 200 to 300 subscribers more. So we have about 1,400 subscribers. We still need much more. We need the reach of Citizen AY as a platform on YouTube to grow more and more. The more you share it, the more information like we're giving you right now, the more it reaches more people. And we need that information to really go viral. You come into this is where your role is very important. Subscribe. We really urge you to please subscribe to us on Citizen AY YouTube. You can really help drive this movement in terms of supporting us in our people in the South to be able to stand up and know all of the hidden lies, exposing it and bringing it out to shine a light on it. We speak truth to power. We need your support, and we know you want us to continue as a platform, because it's a platform you come to and you've come to have confidence in and be able to rely in 99.9%, if not everything that we're saying. Nobody gets it right, and when we do get it wrong, we put our hands up and say, you know what, we're sorry about that, and we will actually make a statement about it and move on. That's what we're doing. Please, we urge you, subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube. It won't take, it's just a few seconds. Subscribe, hit the notification button, finally give us a thumbs up. Let's listen on. Thank you.
Go back and check in 2015. What did he say? Human rights issues. He talked about press freedom. He talked about the economy. He talked about corruption. He talked about security. Tell me one thing that Mr. President have achieved. He has achieved some level of development in other sectors. But truly, these prominent things that is a concern to Nigerians, and we're all worried. Tell me where Mr. President have come out to address this matter. Is this corruption? We are worse in the history of this country. That corruption
it's interesting. Your Excellency, it's interesting that you also score him well in some areas, at least said in some other sectors.
I'm an objective person, and I always say the truth.
Right. So I imagine that when this came out, maybe when the president first mentioned, these grazing routes during that interview a while back, you must have gone back in time as well to look at that law of 6465, which is applicable at that time to northern Nigeria. And I'd like to find out what you found out, especially for Benue State. I mean, you've been at the receiving end of this, the farmer herders squabbles, for some time now. What did you find out regarding those old grazing reserves? How much of them are in Benue State? Because they say 360 something across 25 states. But how much of those old grazing reserves are in Benue State?
My brother, let me tell you, there is no grazing reserves. They are just trying to impose it on Benue as of today, just to punish us for our stand against the...
You see that word impose? I keep telling you, the Fulani do not believe in that constitution. They believe that constitution is what we must comply with, the one they created for us, not for them. Until we get that, we will continue to believe in the lie called One Nigeria. Let's listen on. And that's the mistake Governor Otom is unfortunately making. Let's listen on.
The Fulanization agenda of Mr. President. That is it. There has not been any gazetted...
Fulanization agenda. What did I say to you all? You all saw what I posted? Sharia law, Western law shall be eradicated and replaced with Sharia. That's what's happening. One Nigeria, you won't be able to stop that. Join us now. Go for referendum. Support Yoruba Nation. Support Biafra Nation. Support Middle Belt. Southerners in particular. Let the North keep the name Nigeria in the North. They can keep it in Fulani land and Hausa land. But we in the South, we are not their slaves. We are not cows. Listen on.
Grazing reserve or grazing routes here in Benue State. Why is Mr. President trying to impose his will on Benue people? This will not be accepted. But even if the grazing reserves and grazing routes were applicable to Benue State, today we are no longer in the 60s. We are no longer in the 50s. And there is an act regulating land administration in Nigeria, which gives the governors powers to preside over land. There is no politics. It is not Mr. President. This is a federation. Mr. President has...
We are not a democracy. Remember, I keep telling you, you cannot impose that on them because they wrote it. In their eyes, not my eyes. You need to understand. I'm trying to expose their thought process. They are telling you, this constitution, you have to follow it. We're going to get a new one, and you have to follow that. That's their thought process. That's how they think. We have to get into their minds and understand how they think. That's half of the battle. We have not bothered looking in their mind. We've been going, oh, Fulanis, oh, they're just crazy. They just cowardice. Super intelligent. A people less than 10, 15 million running, being in charge of over 190 million of us. It's a level of, you have to give them a little of credit in that area. They've done it cleverly. They've used religion. They've lied. I mean, and we're now hearing that religion every Friday in every of the military bases and all of our armed forces bases, they throw it open for Muslims. Oh, they're going to pray. They let them come in. That's how Boko Haram got foothold. And then they're telling us, oh yes, and they're doing this and they're doing that, and they are taking over control. Every part of the country, every important strategic post, they hold it. That takes some clever thinking. We need to actually, you see, if when you acknowledge the trickery of your adversary, then that means that you are beginning to take it serious and know what you need to do. If you underrate it or overlook it, that's what we've done for over 60 years. Oh, they don't know anything. They know a heck of a lot. Enough, at least, to rule over for 15 million. Not even up to force us over 190 million to comply with what they want us to do in our land. And don't forget, they are guests. They are guests. But we are up to that now. We're wising up to it now. And we need to make that change. They must keep their Nigeria in the north. It's as simple as that. That constitution, they wrote it to impose on us. They put every single Fulani is above that constitution. It doesn't apply to them. End of story. Let's listen on.
His own responsibility, and we have our own. What we do is to complement each other. If federal government wants land, as I talk to you, and I have been given to them, they will apply. From me in Benue State here, all the federal government agencies who apply for land, we give them. But
you are forgetting one thing, Autumn. You are not Fulani. You are not Fulani. Fulani don't believe they should ask non-Fulanis about where to go. Fulanis believe that they should tell non-Fulanis which bit of land they can have in contraption Nigeria. Let me show you something at this point. I want to emphasize that point because many of us are making this mistake and we need to get it. Right, okay. Amadou Bello quotes. I think that's time to bring that up again at this point. For those of you who may not be in the know. If you do, good. But if you don't know, now you know. Okay, so which one am I taking? So, no doubt, every single Fulani man will know this quote in Hausa or Fulani or Fulfude. They know it. It says here, the new nation called Nigeria should be an estate of our great-grandfather, Uthman Dan Fodio. And you tell me they are going to accept that a governor, Autumn, will now decide which land they will get in Benue? Eh? Good evening, Wasiu Akinyele. Good evening to you. Are you telling me that a Fulani man that believes that he's born to rule, because of what I just read to you, the new nation called Nigeria should be an estate of our great-grandfather, Uthman Dan Fodio? We must ruthlessly prevent a change of power. We use the minorities of the north as willing tools and the south as a conquered territory, and never allow them to rule over us, and never allow them to have control over their future. Now, if they accept Autumn telling them, dictating to them which bit of land they can get, it means that they've agreed that they are being ruled by minorities, the full minorities in the north and the minorities in the south. So they would not. That's why It's about understanding that psychology. We need to understand that psychology. That's what I'm saying. So the fact that Autumn is saying no, this is our land. Not just saying no. The entire Nigeria is our grandfathers. That is what they have been brought up on. Do you get it now? Do you all get it? Those of you talking about Nigeria, do you get it? This is, Bright. Good evening, my sister. How are you doing? Do you get it now? Welcome on board. So let me just answer. Please, those of you who are watching us now on Facebook, go right now and subscribe to us on Citizen AY on YouTube. It's very important that you do so because you can see that the numbers are radically down on Citizen AY on Facebook, and that's okay. There's more people who have shared it than are watching. I'm not angry. It's just a statement of fact. It's a statement of fact, and that means that we need to take action. That's where you come in. Subscribe to Citizen AY. Go and subscribe. We need that subscription to keep going up. Hit the subscribe, hit the notification button, give us thumbs up. The more you do that, that platform will grow. So when Facebook starts making their doing whatever they want to do, sometimes we will call it, sometimes we won't, as Citizen AY, because we need to have that platform flourishing and to be able to give you key information like we're doing right now. Please go and do that as we speak. Thank you very much. Let's carry on. Okay, so here we go.
It's through the land administration in Benue State. So that law, it is no longer applicable to Benue State. It is no longer applicable to other parts of Nigeria. And I think that Mr. President is wrong. And that is why I say that the lawyers around him, very senior lawyers, very responsible people, why can't they advise Mr. President that what you're saying is wrong?
Okay. Mr. or Governor Autumn, let me explain it a bit more. Please, I'm serious. I'm not joking. Please find somebody that can get this information to Governor Autumn, because he will understand. Once he understands that mindset, he will not waste his breath talking to Buhari, because as long what Buhari sees is that he is what? He is non-Muslim, non-Fulani. He doesn't see a human being. He sees non-Muslim, non-Fulani. And as far as they're concerned, they are born to rule. You cannot, in their own eyes, you as a non-Fulani, non-Muslim, you cannot dictate to them in contraption Nigeria which bit of land you can take, which bit you can give them, or which bit of land they cannot take. They believe that they're the Lord above all they survey, which is why I was reading to you that section. Let's go back here again. Let's go back there. When he said, I keep reminding us all, listen to those words. And they teach their children those words. They talk about Uthman Danfodio in every single household. Even if they are heading their cows, they talk about it as story. They talk about it, the women suckling their children. They talk about Uthman Danfodio. That is what you are fighting. This is what you are fighting. It's not just Buhari alone. That mindset, every single Fulani man you put in that post, he will say the same thing. Because that's how they've been raised to believe that they own contractual Nigeria. One of the Seriki's daughters, when they chased him away, they say, oh, it's our time now. You've had the land long enough. That is the mindset. Every single one. No, it is our land. That is their mindset. It's no good talking about, this is nothing to do with the Constitution. It is laying claim to that land. Pure and simple. If we understand that simplicity, we can begin to tackle this. And I'm trying to expose that to you all. Nothing to do with the Constitution. They don't care. I told you. Let me show you that bit again. Let me show you that bit. As once it is a this is not Sharia law, they're not interested. All they will do is to write it in the way that it will apply to us, not to them. That is why I'm telling you all, keep looking at those words. Very, very important. Where is it? Here we go. As soon as you see this bit here, you see Federal Islamic Sultanate and Western law should be replaced with Sharia. As soon as once you understand that is what we must understand as Southerners. As far as they're concerned, they are born to rule over us. That is in their own mindset. We don't accept that, but we need to recognize that that's how they see it. And once we understand that, we take the steps to make them understand in no uncertain terms that no, impossible. You better wake up sharp. You take that nonsense back to Fulani land. In Yoruba land, you do not own any land. You do not own a piece of anything. You do not own our resources. It's about our mindset. If you are busy talking to these people about the constitution, I'm telling you, if it's not Sharia, they are not interested. You can talk for 1,000 years. If it's not Sharia, they are not interested. They will tell you it only belongs, that applies to people who are in the south. And if we're not careful, they will force the Sharia to now complain to wipe the whole thing over. They don't want to, they won't stop until they get into the sea and dip the Quran in it. Please make sure Governor Autumn gets this video. Let him watch it. There's a lot of information here for him. Now let's go back to the next bit. I want to read that again. Because when you cannot have an intellectual discussion with people that believe that they own it. Let me say that again. You cannot have an intellectual discussion about the Constitution, about people who believe that Constitution doesn't apply to them. You're wasting your time. You're wasting your time. They said it. They said, when God Autumn said, oh, I can't, you cannot take our land. They're looking at it and go, no. My grandfather said that new nation called Nigeria is an estate, should be an estate of our great-grandfather, Uthman Danfodio, and will routinely prevent the change of power. As far as they see it, Autumn is a man that we must take out because he's trying to take over and challenge their power. That's what that means. When I'm reading, read what is behind the words. One Nigeria people, wake up. Now listen. We use the minorities of the north. So the thieves, the other people who are not Fulanis in the north, they use them as willing tools, and south as a conquered territory. So a Benue man telling them you cannot take this land. He's a southerner. You cannot talk to me like that. It's my Nigeria is my no. Akoi mana. It doesn't work like that. Sharia. That's it. No, anything to do with Sharia. No. I don't want. It's not. We are the kings. It's like it's like and that's what we have to understand. Now let's carry on. So it says here, and serve as a conquered territory and never allow them to rule over us and never allow them to have control over the future. By Governor Autumn trying to tell them, look, okay, we will find, if you want, we don't have a land to give you, but we will look for it. If we find it, we'll give you. You see, that is you now having control. The very control they want to take away from you, the words they use. You see, never allow them to rule over us. When you start dictating the land that the Fulani will take in your area, you are ruling over them. Do you get it? This is nothing to do with the Constitution. Nothing. Zero. It's about they believe that they own that land. And we need to wake up fast. One Nigeria people, wake up fast. We need you to wake up. They believe that every inch of Nigeria, because of what Ahmadu Bello says, he says should be an estate of our great-grandfather. And they believe that. Every northerner, every Fulani man is taught this story, believe you me. They've got Ahmadu Bello University. Why do you think so? They've built an image in the minds of the people about Ahmadu Bello and his great-grandfather, Uthman Dan Fodio. There is a great story they've built. And they espouse. In Fulani, they will be teaching them in the Fulani schools about this story and making it real. So when they look at and when they go out into the whole of that contraption called Nigeria, every area they're looking at, we are born to rule. Uthman, our great-grandfather. That's what they will be telling themselves in their language. Once you are buying suya for them, they are telling themselves that story. Gasa, Ranka, they're doing that. And they're telling themselves, don't worry, this is the way for us to get the land from them. Let them just keep doing that. This is what they've taught them. This is not just now. They've been doing this since 1804. So we need to understand a radical rethink about what we're doing as Southerners. Let's play on. It's important to break this down really, just break it down into, as I'm doing. Hope you can understand that. Where have I gone? Yeah, here we are. That's it. Okay, go back there. So let's play this now.
They should be able to advise him before this thing happens because it's contradictory. Let me tell you, even Mr. President accept ranching, or is it because he comes from Katsina State that he can give 6.5 billion naira for ranching and come back to say that other states must do open grazing? And you also heard the governor of Katsina State who said that open grazing is un-Islamic. Katsina State is predominantly an Islamic state. And he said that open grazing is un-Islamic. So is the Bible. In Exodus, the Bible bans open grazing. That is even before we came here. And so if Mr. President decides to go and give 6.5 million to Katsina and then abandon us, who started this project in 2016, even in the National Livestock Transformation Program, which we were all part of it, 36 governors and all of us did it, and Benue State was a champion of ranching in this wise. Mr. President have not cared to even put Benue on the map of the 7 pilot states that are designated to be do ranching in Nigeria. So you begin to look at this level of injustice, unfairness, and inequity against us. Is it because we have stood against his Fulanization agenda? Mr. President, when he came in 2015, he said that he wants to be president for the entire country. He will be for nobody, but for everybody. But today, Mr. President has shown that he's a president for Fulani people and not for Nigerians. And that is why we're worried, and we have decided to voice out. Whether it is with the last pint of our blood, we are giving up, because at any given point, we must sacrifice. And at my age, I have no reason to be afraid of anybody or say the truth. The Bible says that you shall know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Whether they like it or not, this is where some of us stand, because we believe that this country belongs to all of us. Look at my cap. Anywhere I have been, I have portrayed the image of this country. Look at Nigerians' colors there and Benue colors. They are here. And so I believe in the unity of this country. And I cannot...
Wasting your time. That country that you believe in is a falsehood, Governor Autumn, respectfully. It's a falsehood. It's not real. And you can see, no matter how justified your position is, the Fulanis are not interested. All they are interested in, once you understand that they will not stop, they don't care. They will not stop until they get the Fulani Federal, Fulani Islamic Sultanate. Like you said, Fulanization. They will not stop. and they are going to replace every single law with Sharia. That's it. So it's important. There is no point, Governor Tom, in talking to these people. What we need to focus on. So your belief in one Nigeria is actually a dangerous one for your people. And for those of us, I feel every Southerner who believes in one Nigeria is putting their people in the South in danger. That's the point I'm making here. And I'm not saying this I'm not saying I'm a fountain of knowledge. No. When you do a lot of research, it points to the same place. And when Colonel and when Navy Commodore Kunle Olawumi states the same thing I've been saying for months, go and look at the OduduwaTVRadio program I did earlier on. He said this very same thing, and I have never met him before in my life. Then I am more convinced than ever that having any discussion with the Fulani that believe that the land belongs to their own grandfather because of what Ahmadu Bello said and what they're teaching to themselves, and whilst they're rearing the cattle, while the women are suckling the babies, and all of those lies that they've been telling themselves about a nation, a land that belongs to Southerners. You can't. That is more than Buhari. If they put in Atiku, he will do the same thing. His words and everything will come out. This is something they've been taught. Their plan is to take over the entire South. It is time for us. Enough talking. We don't have to get engaged with them in that. We need to make it clear to them that they must go back to the North, and we defend the South so that our resources we start using it for our people. Trying to reason with them is not going to work. If you're not talking Sharia, they don't want to know. As far as they're concerned, anything, if it's not Sharia, if it's not Sukuk, if it's not anything Islamic, if it's not something Fulani, you can talk for 10,000 years. They will not move from that Sharia law. That is their weapon. The Sharia law is their weapon to take over the South. Let's listen on.
Allow someone to destroy this country for no reason.
All right, Your Excellency, we'll continue this conversation when we return from this break in just a moment. Please stay with us.
Let me just forward it a bit.
Are located to Katsina State for ranching. Are you asking that the same thing be done to Benue and other states who would like to have it?
Thank you very much. Whatever is good for
the goose.
The goose is good for the gender.
Ganda, not
that is the point. Mr. President is President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And he can...
No, he's not. He's the president for the Fulanis, by the Fulanis, for the Fulanis. Let me say that again. Mr. President is the president for the Fulanis, by the Fulanis. Of the Fulanis. He's not interested if you are not Fulani. Plain fact. And that is why we need to keep them in the Fulani land. Keep them in the Hausa land. They need to go back there. That's fine. We've got the picture. They are interested in the welfare of their own people only. They don't care about the welfare of the people that they want to be in one Nigeria. They don't care about the welfare of the very people they want to be in this same one Nigeria. They don't care about it. That's what we need to understand. We in the South must get that. We must get that. So, let's go on now.
Cannot restrict himself to Katsina, where he comes from alone. He must reach out to other states, especially states that are prepared for ranching. That is what he would have done. And that is what I'm saying. That every state in Nigeria that wants to do ranching, like the entire southern states, should also be supported with any support from the federal government. And those in the northern states that want to do it, they should do it. There are other states that have accepted that they want to do open grazing. Mr. President should support them to do open grazing. We are not against that. But you can't select Katsina State, where is your state, and then allow some of us out. With that, you're telling us, are we not part of Nigerians? Are we not?
I keep telling you, it's not Nigeria. It's about Fulani. The agenda is Fulanization. You said it yourself, Governor. The agenda is Fulanization. End of story. Let's carry on.
Part of the Federation of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So this is the point that we are making. And I feel so sad that Mr. President have chosen to do this. We voted him in 2015 as a man with integrity, as a man who has the capacity to look over the affairs of the entire country, not just his own home state, and not just his Fulani kinsmen. There are no doubt, there are good Fulani men in this country. It will be a logical fallacy for me to say that all Fulani men are bad in this country. There are very responsible, like I've said, Shagari was a Fulani man, Yaradua was a Fulani man, but look at what they did. But Nigeria have never been divided in this manner. All that you hear Mr. President say is that what Jonathan did in 2015 and so on. And that was why the country, the people of this country changed Jonathan and changed the PDP and gave APC mandate to fix Nigeria. But look, you heard what the former CBM governor and also former emir of Kano, you heard what he said. Nigeria in these 6 years have been taken back 20 years back. So we are back. We're not progressing. We have retrograded back 20 years as far as we're concerned in this country. And that is where we are. And it's amazing me for those who keep quiet. I want to let them know that the day of reckoning is coming, when nobody will have a place to run. It is our right, it is our duty to call Mr. President to order that where he's taking this country is not correct. And that is why I commended him when he sought from Nigerians that, look, is he now governing the country well? Is he not governing the country according to the rules of the law? Is he not governing the country based on the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? I came out the following day and swiftly told him that, Mr. President, if anybody tells you that you're governing the country according to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, they are telling you lies. They are just sycophants and mediocres trying to make from you. Otherwise, look at the Federal Character Commission. Are we saying that the appointments at the federal level, is it what represents federal character in this country? Is it not nepotism that is going on? Look at everything. And Mr. President seems to keep a blind eye, and people keep quiet. They don't want to say it. But for some of us, we have given ourselves that whatever happens, for speaking the truth, let it come. I'm not just a Christian. I'm a born-again Christian. And we believe in the Bible. We believe that other religions should also live. That is why you have not had any religious crisis here in Benue State. Because whether you want to be a Christian, you want to be an Islamic scholar, or you want to practice Islam, you want to practice paganism, you want to practice native religion, you're free to do that. But others are free to do that. But where people are just trying to coerce us, look at the attacks. As I talk to you, how can I be a happy man when I have over 1.5 million IDPs every day crying, staying in the rain? What have Mr. President done as the president of this country? I feel pained, and I feel so sad that we're really disappointed here in Benue State, and all that they do is to insult me when I say the truth and try to advise Mr. President. They stop me from even visiting Mr. President. That they provide funds for other states to solve their basic problems. I came here in Benue State. I had arrears of over 70 billion, and I told Mr. President, I wrote to him, 28 billion was allocated as bailout funds, which we are still paying. And I tell you, other states had the same thing. But now Mr. President has chosen to give it to other states that are APC with him. No wonder a former chairman said that when you're APC, your sins are forgiven and everything will go right. Is a president for APC or for Nigerians? So These are the issues. I
Well,
feel
and
very
Governor,
pain.
quite a lot of them you have raised indeed. And, you know, it's quite important, especially when you talk about that religious freedom. And I think that that's the way to go clearly, especially because we've seen what this can do. Well, it's like we've been here before, really, because you talked about we've gone back 20 years. And I recall in that time as well, there was a first National Livestock Development Project, the FNLD, now it's NLTP. And at that time, the federal government gave 50% of the funds, states contributed 25%, and the World Bank gave 25%. That was at that time. And now that you're saying, well, you're open to having... Oh, yes. So now that you're saying your state is open to getting some sort of seed fund like Katsina State got as well, in what way would it work? If the federal government is given, how much stakes, how much say will the federal government also have in how the business is run?
There is a National Livestock Transformation Committee here in Benue State. And we leave room. And we're not just talking about ranching cows. We're talking about ranching pigs. And in any case, I'm a chief man from Benue State. If you ask any chief man in Benue State that which is the sweetest meat in the whole world, they will tell you that pig is second because they have not had the privilege of eating all the meat in the world. So we are also ranching pig here in Benue State and other forms of livestock and even poultry. We're doing it. So in the document of the National Livestock Transformation Plan, we captured all this into it and we're ready to key into it. The government was supposed to give us some seed funds. So they now gave it to Katsina State and left some of us who were champion of this ranching out. And that is why we're not happy about it. We are ready at our own end. Even now, if you come to Benue State, you can see a number of ranching here and there and all that. Well, all this narrative that they try to insult that Otom sent Fulanis away. Some Fulani men are my best friends as I talk to you. And nothing like that has been. We have not sent any Fulani man or Hausa or Yoruba or Igbo man away from here. If you want to do livestock business, the only thing we say is that obey the laws of the land. And we'll be home with you. We have no land for open grazing, but we have land for ranching. If you want, apply. And there we are going to give you. Benue State is a peaceful place for all. But as I talk to you every day, because of the body language of Mr. President, Mayatiala have continued to sponsor terrorists and bandits and killers into Benue State, and they have been killing our people. But recently I spoke to my people, and they told me whether it will require Mr. President, especially when he made that pronouncement about open grazing. People have told me to tell Mr. President, and since they have blocked me from seeing him, this is the only medium that I have. Maybe one person, he may not be listening to this himself, but maybe one person around him may hear it. Since they have blocked me from listening, I want to tell him that if he wants, let him come and kill everybody in Benue State, then he can have the land for his kinsmen, the Fulani people, so that they can take over the land and do whatever they want. Everything. We're a law-abiding government.
About the Miyetti Allah, and when you say that, how much of this evidence have you given to the police, and what is being done about it? I recall we had that conversation with your deputy some time back, but it's important to know how far you have gone in escalating this and what is being done about that.
Even right from 2017, when this law was enacted, and Miyetti Allah came out and said that they were not going to obey the law, that they will fight against us, and quickly alerted the presidency. The documents are there. They are stamped by the presidency. I have them. And nothing was done. And I told them that as far as I know, these people, when they issue threat, they come. So proactive steps should be taken. I wrote to the security agencies, the Nigerian police, the DSS, and all that. And nothing was done until 2018, 1st of January, when more than 73 people were massacred here in Benue State. And I still went to Mr. President, and all that I heard from him was to tell me that I should go and learn and tell my people to learn to live with their neighbors. Neighbors with AK-47 who come and kill our people, rape our women, rape our children, destroy our ancestral homes. and tell us that we cannot do anything. They are in power. And you want me to keep quiet? For what? I have alerted the presidency and at intervals several times, not once, not twice, not thrice. I have alerted the presidency and nothing was done to curb this. Mayor Tiala, as I talk to you, they are in Abuja with Mr. President, going in convoys with enough security men being paid from taxpayers' money in Abuja, being protected as I talk to you. And they talk rubbish. They own up to the killings in Benue State, and I wrote to the security agencies, I wrote to the, nothing has been done. They even attempted assassination on my life, and their wing called Fulani Nationality Movement, who said they were going to take over this country by force because Nigeria belongs to them, that
Excellency,
they have no other country other than Nigeria.
The police.
So, did you hear that? So when they tell you they're going to take over Nigeria, look, this is you are corroborating what we are saying as well, Governor Tom. You need to wake up and smell the coffee a bit as well. Don't stop believing in one Nigeria, please. Look, he said it. Federal Islamic Sultanate. Now let's go back to what he said there. I want to just that bit I want you to listen to. Watch. Let's listen again. Sorry about this.
To learn to live with their neighbors. Neighbors with AK-47 who come and kill our people, rape our women, rape our children, destroy our ancestral homes, and tell us that we cannot do anything. They are in power.
There you go.
And you want me to keep quiet? For what? I have alerted the presidency and at intervals several times, not once, not twice, not thrice. I have alerted the presidency and nothing was done to curb this. Mayor Tiala, as I talk to you, they are in Abuja with Mr. President, going in convoys with enough security men being paid from taxpayers' money in Abuja, being protected as I talk to you. And they talk rubbish. They own up to the killings in Benue State, and I wrote to the security agencies, I wrote to nothing has been done. They even attempted assassination on my life, and their wing called Fulani Nationality Movement, who said they were going to take over this country by force because Nigeria belongs to them, that
Excellency,
they have no other country other than Nigeria.
The police, eventually they said they were investigating that matter. They sent certain people, the army put up posts about that. What is the latest information about that from the investigations being carried out?
The last one I heard was when the Inspector General of Police said that they are investigating it, but it is not what I said. But what I said have not been told to me. What is happening, what was the outcome of the investigation as I talk to you today. And when the people that were sent here to investigate this matter came to brief me before they left for Abuja, they told me that they arrested some Fulani men. And up to today, I have not heard anything. A governor of a state were just 36 and attempted assassination on him. I was with security men, so I couldn't have been lying to say that I ran for 1.5 kilometers. I did run. They would have killed me. My security details, ask them, they are here. They are agents of the federal government. They worked hard. They chased those people out and had to pull me aside, and I ran for 1 hour, for 1.5 kilometers. Those who say that Otom was lying, a 60-year-old man cannot run. I tell him, I keep myself fit, and I can run for even 3 kilometers, and so on. But up to today, as I talk to you, I have not heard any report from the security agencies as to whether they are prosecuting these people or as to whether the number of people, their identity and all that. But the people that came to me here before they left for Abuja told me it was Fulani men. And they claimed that some natives were also involved. The majority of the people, 12 of them were Fulani men. That was the brief I got here. And since then, I have not had anything outside what the Inspector General of Police said in the villa when he visited, that they are investigating. It is all, how long does it take to investigate? It is said that justice delayed is justice denied.
You're spoken about.
You see, because they are Fulani, I keep telling you, Fulani, the rules, that constitution does not apply to Fulani. The Fulani are above That cost. We need to get it right. That is why we are going for one and going for. That's why we're saying we're going for Yoruba nation. We're going for Biafra nation. We're going for Middle Belt. One Nigeria, people, get it. Understand that when you say you believe in one Nigeria, you're believing in being oppressed by the Fulanis. That is it. That is it. So that's why we have to go for Yoruba nation, Biafra nation, Middle Belt nation. Please continue to subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube. It's really important. I appreciate you all. Go to Citizen AY on YouTube, click the subscribe button, notification button, and of course, give us a thumbs up. So look, this idea, you heard the governor, he's just said it. The people that tried to attempt his life were Fulanis. They're not going to be persecuted. End of story. That means that one Nigeria is a fraud. If it was a Yoruba man or Biafran, they will be tried. Or Middle Belt, they will be tried. But because it's a Fulani man, he can kill thousands of Southerners. Not a thing will happen to him. That's the reality of what we face. Let's listen up.
Yeah, you've spoken about several people around the president, because if you look at that committee, there are governors there. There are people from Ministry of Justice, Surveyor General's office. But about some of these matters...
Minister of Agric too.
Inclusive, yes. But the Nigeria Governors Forum, very strong pressure group, if not the strongest pressure group in this country if they want to be. They can take a position, they can put up positions on certain things. Do you think they should equally speak up on this? I mean, they may have previously, but given the way the things are now, with this fresh perspective, should they be speaking strongly on the matter?
I tell you the truth, the Nigerian Governors Forum, I have made my position known to the Governors Forum, but I'm just one governor out of 36. And I think for the virtue of the fact that the Southern governors, out of the 17 governors in the South, it includes our own chairman. He was there when a resolution was made and reached out to the entire nation by the chairman, the governor of Edo State. They resolved that this is what should happen. But instead of getting commendation, you can imagine the castigation that was meted out to the governor of Edo State and the Southern governors. And where our Attorney General, I think that he was misquoted, but he would have denied it. You know, I like giving people opportunity to own things for themselves. He said that what the Southern governors did was as good as the Northern governors should also meet and say that there shouldn't be sale of spare parts in the North. What relationship have this thing we're discussing with the matter of spare parts? That I don't know. So I think the position is known. And as I said, most of the governors in the North have spoken. But I think that the challenge we have here is that most people are afraid to confront this matter because of the fear of EFCC and so on. So they are afraid to come. But I tell you, what corruption are they fighting? Let me say, I've always said that if they want, they can come here in Benue State and do whatever they want. But posterity will judge them. But I think that this is the problem that is happening. Most people are afraid when you speak the truth as it is, EFCC will come after you. Even the young man who is the EFCC chairman, I believe he has the zeal when he came in and all the things that they say he wants to work. But he's being frustrated as I talk to you today. You know? So this is the point. But I have made my position, and the majority of the governors in Nigeria have made their position that the presidency is frustrating this. Otherwise, how do you account for the decision and the policy that the National Economic Council made on solving these problems once and for all, and the presidency reversing it, that quickly they should go there? In Benue State, nobody will come here to talk about that. Except you can kill me or you can do whatever you want with me, I don't care. But as long as I have the mandate of my people, I still remain committed to working with them. And I want to say this to the presidency, that they will not remain there forever. Goodluck was not there forever. Obasanjo was not there forever. Abacha was not there forever. One day, when God decides, they will see the result of it. But this kind of deceit and lies and frustration that we're getting from this kind of government should not be accepted. This is not right. And I think that Nigerians, we own this country as a people. They should rise.
I'm saying that now. Keep that one Nigeria to yourself. I am not Nigerian. I'm going to say it. I am not Nigerian. Because if I was Nigerian, my life would mean value to the Fulanis. Just like I value the life of Fulanis. The Fulanis don't value the lives of Southerners. And that's the plain truth. So I cannot be Nigerian. I am a Yoruba man. And Governor Tom should be a thief man or a middle belt man. And Biafran should be Biafran men and women. To say you're a Nigerian is to putting your people into concentration camp, into signing the death warrant of people of your own, of southern people. No, we're not Nigerians. Enough of this, please.
Up and speak. This thing, they are protecting themselves. I borrow words from my friend Dillon Malai. If you talk, you die. If you don't talk, you also die. So why should we keep quiet? Just speak the truth and let it be known and let it be on record. If I die today, let it be on record that I believe in a cause, I fought for it, and I stand for it, and there I remain. And because I love our country, Nigeria.
Well, Your Excellency, you were accused of arming forest guards against the law, and then they said you wanted to use them as private concern. Different perspectives have come forward, have been put out there about what you're doing with the private guards. Could you tell us what is going on? Are you arming them at the moment?
Thank you very much for asking me to clarify this matter. This is one of the narratives that the presidency will set out to blackmail me. Ask anybody in Benue State since my assumption of office in 2015 whether I have a single talk less of arming private guards. That has never happened. Even Mr. President, in one of our meetings, he accused me for arming 6,000 militia in 2016. Where are the militia? Have any security man apprehended any of my militia? Just like they did to Eastern Security Network and did to Igboho. And that is what we keep saying. If you did that to Igboho and did that to Kanu and did that to Eastern Security Network, why can't you do it to Fulani herdsmen? Yesterday, I was listening in this medium, and I was told that 15 of our kidnapped children in Kaduna were released, remaining 68. Can you imagine for months? Take it, Chamberlain. If this was one of your own son or daughter, well, and I'm sure the way these people behave, they have raped those girls, small girls that were coming out of school. This is the pace we have. So they leave the main thing and begin to chase shadows. Where is one militia owned by Otom that have been arrested? The livestock guard are a creation of the law of Benue State prohibiting open grazing. And they have a dual responsibility to protect herders. If you ranch your cattle here and anybody comes to Russell, the person will be arrested by this livestock guard and in collaboration with the security agencies, and the person will be prosecuted. And if you bring open grazing in Benue State, you'll be arrested and prosecuted. And that is what we're doing. We believe in the rule of law. I don't believe in lawlessness. I believe in the rule of law. So there is no single militia group that is sponsored by me. Even talks in...
Let me pause that, Governor Otom. Respectfully to you, I know you mean well, but I want you to be drawn back to this. Because it is not Sharia law, which is what people are seeing, I'm showing everybody. It said Federal Islamic Sultanate and Western law should be replaced with Sharia. So the laws that you are quoting will never be good enough for the Fulani. Atiku, Buhari, you name them, the Gabasheu, it will never be good enough because it hasn't got Sharia. You get it? That is it. It's not got Sharia. You are not a Fulani man. You cannot dictate to a Fulani man because of what I said before. Ahmadu Bello says Nigeria should be their great-grandfather's estate. That includes you and your family. They see us as part of those cows that they herd. We have to understand their narrative. I'm not saying accept it, to understand it so we know how to challenge it. Let's go on.
The state, they used to be exist. Even when you go to build a house, they will come after you. Come to Benue State now. Anything you want to do here, develop, nothing will happen to you. So it is a lie from the presidency to try to change the narrative and to turn away the actual thing that is happening away from the people.
Why do they accuse you and some politicians in Benue of associating with Ghana, as it were?
Ghana, when I came in 2015, I made it public. It was in the State Security Council that we decided to grant amnesty to Ghana. And that was granted. He returned some weapons. And several of them, him alone, returned over 78 rifles. Ghana alone. And several other criminals brought weapons. We accepted this and supported them. I even provided means of livelihood to him and his cause. This was going on. But very soon we discovered that he was using the opportunity we granted to him and committing crimes. So we revoked the amnesty that we granted to him. What else will I have done? When I came in, I said that we're going to use stick and carrot approach. The carrot approach was to grant amnesty, which was approved by my Benue State Security Council. And this we carried out. But as soon as we discovered that he was going contrary to the provisions of the amnesty we granted to him, we decided to revoke it. And then he went into hiding. And I gave active support. Ask the Abakari group, ask the DSS group, ask the army, ask all the security agencies, the civil defense and all that. I actively supported them to apprehend Ghana, you know. And that was what was going on. I never played around with him. I don't condone. I told you I'm a born-again Christian. And I know that even the things that I do, if I cannot account to the people that I represent, God will also ask me one day, oh, Tom, what did he do? So it is not about the people, but it is about my faith before God Almighty on my last day and on the judgment seat that I do. So I have no single talk. I have no single militia. You can come and ask them. In 2015, no militia, no talk made me governor. In 2019, no militia, no talk. But the people of Benue State. So I work with them, and periodically I have stakeholders meeting with them. Like I'm going to have another one on Monday on the privatization matter that so many people are using to blackmail me and so on. And we'll discuss a number of issues, including security matters that concerns us, because I remain a democratically elected governor of Benue State, and I listen to what my people want, and I work with them. So it is cheap blackmail from the presidency to divert attention so that they can do their jihadist and Fulanization agenda of this country. I want
please squeeze this in. Your Excellency, if you could just squeeze this in as we wind down in about a minute. Recall the judgment about the collection of VAT, saying that states are entitled to collect VAT and not the FIRS. We've seen Rivers State especially following suit by signing into law a bill that says, well, they are entitled to collect that. What is your state doing regarding that? Because I know that revenue generation is a big deal for states now.
Thank you very much. I think I'm someone who believes in the rule of law and due process. Whatever the court says, we will work with it. Whatever, if we're not satisfied, we can also go to court. We have the liberty to go to court, but we must respect the laws of the land. Anything that will make us not respect and obey the laws of our land, we are headed to lawlessness. And when there is lawlessness, there will be anarchy. So I have no issue with that. I understand that the Federal Inland Revenue have launched an appeal. If at the end that comes, but as for now, my Benue State Executive Council is looking at the implication and what we need to do as far as we're concerned. But I tell you, the ultimate would be that we respect the laws of our land.
All right, then we do thank you very much indeed for talking to us today, His Excellency Samuel Tom, Governor of Benue State.
Thank you very much.
All right, so there you go. But it turns out that, well, yes, we did start out talking about that interview with Pastor Tunde Bakare when he said the initials remain the same, PTB.
Yeah.
And he thought, what about President Tunde Bakare?
It's still PTB. Yeah.
It's still PTB.
Oh, yes.
Just very funny. But yes, indeed. So you need to take a look at this because that interview will be coming up.
So let's leave that for a minute. We're not interested in that. Now, I want to do something quickly again. Thank you for watching that. Let's do something more. I want you to listen to something. You know, I talked about the mindset, and I'm all about trying to make us understand their mindset. That's what we need to do now. Forget anything to do with politics. Forget anything to do with... They have a single aim. Fulanization. Fulanization. Once we understand that, anybody talking about one Nigeria will stop. Their agenda is Fulanization, and they are pursuing it vigorously. Now, I want to show you something. Before I do that, let me just bring this here. And those are the boys. We're gonna see updates about that. Please continue to subscribe to Citizen Hour. I want to show you something quickly. If I can get it up, then I will get it there. And now, I'm going to show you a write-up. Let me see if I can blow it up. Okay. I'm going to show you a write-up. This will give you an idea of what we are dealing with. We need to not be emotional. You see, emotions will not get us anywhere. Okay, now. Okay, now I'm going to leave that there. Now, somebody wrote something today. And I don't know if I can. Okay. In one of my broadcasts, I'll read what I said to you, and I might even show you. But let me just. But I want you to. What I want you to focus. What I'm saying is, what I said is something that everybody would equally agree with. You would agree with what I said. But what I want to do is, you know, I talked to you about the mindset of the Fulanis. I wrote something somewhere. Let me see if I can just read it to you briefly. There was somebody wrote, there was something that they wrote, and I answered it. Just a straightforward answer. It says here, as Southerners, we have to realize that our lives will continue to mean nothing for as long as we remain in contractual Nigeria. The Fulani government will continue to view us as less than their cows. For as long as we remain in contractual Nigeria, and I think they killed, yes, it was a man that was killed in detention. A Yoruba man was killed in detention in Oyo State. And there was some sort of, but not in the barracks. He was killed in the army. He was put into detention in the army, and he died there. And they were trying to make excuses. So I talked about it. Now listen to, not only listen, watch. Sorry about that. Sorry. Yeah. So now listen to the response of a Mohammed Saidu Daura. Watch it on the screen. You can see it on the screen. So Mohammed Saidu Daura writes back to me and says, okay, tell all your brothers to locate and sell all their properties. Let's think about that for a minute. Let me read that to you again. in response to my saying that for as long as we say in Nigeria, in that contraption, the Fulanis view us as less than their cows. And, you know, being in that contraption is actually a danger to us. I mean, let me read the words to you again, and then bring this up. It says, as Southerners, we have to realize that our lives will continue to mean nothing for as long as we remain in contraption Nigeria. Full stop. The Fulani government will continue to view us as less than their cows for as long as we remain in contraption Nigeria. And then I wrote, may his soul rest in peace, RIP One Nigeria, and so on. Now, and then there was a series of texts that he wrote. Then it says, Oga, you don't do anything. You don't anything about this case. Just respect yourself. So I said, what do you mean? I don't anything. You are not making any sense. Anything happening to a Southerner is my business. We are not cows. Nonsense. I left it. Then he replies back, so you can see it. It says, yeah, nonsense. You can see that. It says, okay, tell all your brothers to locate. What he means is tell all your brothers, relocate and sell their properties. So that is a sense of entitlement to our property in our land. This is in Oyo State. This happened though. The boy that was killed in Oyo State in army detention. I'm saying this so you understand. This is not just about one man, Buhari. They have been brought up to believe that they own Nigeria. Do you get it? Because it says, okay, tell all your brothers to, it means relocate. I'm not going to, it doesn't matter that he doesn't speak the language, but I get where he's going. And sell their properties. It's important to understand that psychology. We must understand that psychology. It's not something we agree with, because when we understand it, we can deal with it. We can deal with it. And that is the aim now. So now you won't fall into the trap of believing in one Nigeria once you start seeing this. Because you're wasting your time if you're trying to talk to somebody that believes that we should be one. When they believe that their great grandfather Uthman Danfodio says that it should be their estate. Those opening lines in the new Nigeria, the nation shall be the grandfather's estates. What's the effect? So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, to bring us back. Those of us, you see, you're a senior advocate, you are an intellect, that's all fine, that's all waffle, that's all flowery, that's all lovely and nice and everything and great stuff outside the country. But in that contraption, the mindset of the Fulanis, they've not been there 200 years. They are guests. And they view themselves as the ones who are going to take it over. They call you and I infidels. And you want to talk to them about constitution? Infidels and all those words, those trigger words, they are the words that are found in Sharia law. If you speak to them in English, it means nothing to them. But they want to impose that on you. And that's what we need to understand. To break that apart and conclusively deal with them so that they stay in no uncertain terms in the North. Period. Right. So, yeah. So that's what I wanted to state. So just look at those words. Tell me if look at it and how do you view it? Type 1 if what I'm saying again, if it makes sense. Type 1. I know it's late. Thank you for staying this long with me. I know, like I said, if I hadn't looked at the numbers of people who shared it, let me just look at that will give me a better indication of where things really are. Because when I do all of this stuff, you have to, it's all about they're playing with algorithms to just depress the number. So when you are looking at it, you will think, oh, what? So my message is, and this is trying to deal with the psychological aspect to depress the platform, make you feel as though you're not doing anything. But if you know where to look, you will know that you're doing a lot. but they want you to have the impression, again, similar to what the Fulanis are doing. Psychology. Now, let's go and look at this. So let's break that up. So, yeah, as I speak to you right now, we have 323 shares. Thank you very much, those of you shared. I really appreciate you. It's all there. You can see it. I mean, I might even share it, but 323 shares, but only 49 watching. Very interesting. But again, that's like I said, please don't forget, continue to go and subscribe to us on YouTube. It's very, very important. We appreciate you. So that is in the context. I'm going to wrap that up there. I'll leave it. Like I said, so we're going to be watching this space. Those two that you see behind me, we hope that, let me just pull that back. I'm going to pull that right back. Let's hope that they don't, that they will be freed and that they will not be arrested. But, they're giving them 24 hours notice. I mean, what have they done? What have they done? What exactly have they done wrong? They don't deserve that kind of treatment. Sorry. Where is it? I've got a lot of files open. Now, I want to just show you. I'm going to take you back to the Vanguard thing. And remember, just I'd like to just bring us back now and then. And so it says here, the channel's television is required to explain why appropriate actions should not be applied to this for these infractions of the Nigerian Broadcasting Code. Your response should reach the commission within 24 hours of receipt of this letter. You see, they like to just impose their power. Their power. I am powerful. I am powerful. I am Fulani. Whatever I say goes. I am born to rule. I am born to rule. It's my grandfather's estate. Can you see that thinking? That is what you see in that writing. Sell your property. Relocate. Vacate the land. Sell the property to us. Can you see that mindset? That's the mindset. Same thing. It's in everything they're doing. If you look for it, you will find it. So once you understand that, you have no business being part of one Nigeria. We must go separate. The Fulanis must keep. In fact, we insist they keep the name Nigeria in the north. They keep it. They keep it to themselves, but not with us. No way. Right. Okay. So that said, now let's thank you very much. Now let's play this. Ladies and gentlemen, I did something today, and not today, a few days ago, and I'd like your help in this. Let me see if I can show you. I did a swim, a charity swim, and these are the shots that I used. I did a charity swim for Yoruba Nation. You can see there's a flag on the shots there. You can see there's a flag there. You see, oh, hang on. You can see there's a flag. You see? And there's a flag there. That's what I wore. I wore this and I swam 152 laps, 3,040 meters. I'm going to play you a video of it. I'll show you some pictures. Let's watch this. Let's watch it. Oh, sorry about that. Something is come up here. Let's just try and change that a little bit, shall we? Now, you can watch this video again on Citizen AY on YouTube. This is the attempt. Then I will show you pictures of the whole thing. This is about 7 minutes long. So let's play it. If you're okay with that, we'll play it. I swam. It was on the 22nd of August, between 2 to 4 p.m. And I did it in 1 hour, 35 minutes. There's pictures, there's videos of everything that was done. And I even sang. Watch to the end. There is a little surprise. There's a little surprise there. I want you to watch towards the end. So if you can bear with us, that surprise will come up. And I want you to do that. Now, the reason I'm doing this is we're trying to raise some funds for OduduwaTVRadio and OduTVR movement. We have members on ground who are going to be raising their awareness about the Nigerian constitution and scratch that, the Yoruba Nation Constitution. By the way, go down to www.citizenay.org, download the proposed Yoruba Nation Constitution. Proposed Yoruba Nation Constitution. I'll try and run through that when we finish this podcast. And then, of course, those of you, if you haven't downloaded the NINAS, do so as well. So what we're trying to do is to reach the level of awareness. We've got people on ground that we want them to go to markets, villages, towns, cities, make people aware in the South. It's very, very important work that we need to do. And that means that people will need to data and be able to travel to places, whatever funds. So in aid of that, the charity swim is to raise funds and also to bring awareness to the genocide that we're experiencing daily. Watch this. Thank you. We speak speak truth to power. Thank you. Bye. Thanks to Nothing Help. I really appreciate you guys. About that, let's go back again. Here we go. Here's the swim. I'm going to swim 3,000 meters in the pool. It's been closed off. I want to thank the Northfield Gym and Northfield Health for giving me this opportunity to use the gym. Because I'm disabled, I need a warm pool, and I want to thank you guys. I thank Chris and the entire team, and of course the manager, David. So I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you guys can support us. Listen, even if you don't donate, share. Share this because we want to stop the genocide in contractual Nigeria. We want to go for Yoruba nation. We have the right to self-determination. We can do this. I know we can achieve it. I should be able to finish it in an hour and a half. So we'll see what happens. So I'm going to go in the pool now. So you're going to see me go in. So I'm going to step in. And then we begin to walk. So that's me going in. That's me going. Thank you very much. So thanks again to Chris for doing this. And I'm going to use my stretches and things just for a few minutes. Just to make sure you have to stretch before you start. If you don't stretch, you can seize up. And when you seize up, that means that you cannot really perform. So I do all my stretches. Okay, so now what's left is to put the thing on. Okay, there we are. Okay, so I'll put this on, and then we will start. Thank you very much for doing this again. To Northfield and to Chris. Anytime. I truly appreciate it. And your name again? Eva. Eva, yeah. Eva. Yeah. Nice to meet you. She's the instructor. If something goes wrong, she's a beautiful one. She can.
Yeah.
She can help.
She'll be right in there.
So.
Do you want to count down?
Yeah, I will do. Now I'm going to put the time on. So I'll count down in a minute. Okay. Oh, come on. Come on. So now what I want. Sorry, beg your pardon. You can pause it now actually. I will
pause it?
Pause it for a second while I did. So in case it, yeah, that one.
Back on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So now we're going to go for the swim now. I hope I've got everything. I hope it works fine. Let me just.
Best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to count it down. Okay. Have us here. Okay. So now I'm going to swim backwards. Here it goes. Because of my back, I have to swim. So backwards. Guys, I see you guys at the end. 3,000 meters. Here we go.
You can do it.
For Yoruba Nation. Whatever you can do, the account is growing across the screen. Donate. Just write charity swim there and donate what you can to that account. It's a UK account. You have a PayPal account there. You can donate to that as well. Thank you to those who have donated. We received donations from the US and of course from UK already.
Almost there. That's it. Congratulations. Fantastic job. Well done.
Thank you.
How are you feeling?
Shattered. I had a cramp at the last one now.
Yeah.
152.
Really, really good. 3,000 meters plus. That's fantastic.
Thank you.
Great job. Well
you.
done. Anything to say to the cameras?
Once again, I want to say a big thank you to Northfield Health, Jim, you guys, for giving me the opportunity to be able to use this J pole. The one pole helps me. In a normal pole, I couldn't do it. So I want to thank you guys. I want to thank David. I want to thank Chris. I want to thank you. Thank everybody for this help. Without your help, I won't be able to do this.
Absolutely phenomenal. Really, really good inspiration.
Look, impossible is nothing. I've got a disabled skill, and I'm not going to let that stop me. My passion is for my nation, Yoruba nation. We are not going to be slaves in our land anymore. We have the right to self-determination, and this swim is to prove to you that if we focus together, if we work together, we can achieve it, and nothing can stop us. And we need to push on. I want us all to continue to raise the level of awareness that we need to achieve this goal. Collective effort, the resources in our land is more than enough. With the right governance, the right people in place, the right referendum and the right constitution passed into law by referendum, we can achieve that. There is nothing that will stop us. I want you all to believe in Yoruba Nation from here. From today on, you believe in Yoruba Nation. It is here to stay. And before I go, if I may be allowed, can I just sing the national anthem that we have? I want to sing it right now. In the water. Go.
Thank you very much. Beautiful.
We'll talk to you all soon. You're watching it today. We're at the platform where we speak truth to power. Thank you. Goodbye. Thanks to Northfield Health. I really appreciate you guys. I can't thank you guys enough. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. Fantastic.
So that was the swim. So that's it in a nutshell. I just want to give you, what I'm trying to do is give you some information that you could see there. So let me I'll put some more things on here. That was, I'm trying to give you just some idea of what was done. So you will know that it is, there will be a commendation letter that I'm going to get, which I will be bringing, posting. So I wanted to just show you that. That was the time there. You could see that I've got the time. And that was, you see, they closed the pool, they closed that lane for me to be able to swim. I really can't thank Northfield Health enough for the help they gave and the time they gave me. They really have been great, really instrumental in making this possible. I want to just let me see if I can run that back into the pool so you can just see. Okay. Right now in the water. That we have. I want to sing it right now. In the water. Go. So I'm going to pause it there. So that's the commitment. I want everybody to have that same commitment to Yoruba Nation. What can you do to bring Yoruba Nation to life? What can you do? What special talent do you have? And at this point, if you have something that you want us to show, if you're cycling, if you got disability, and you know whatever it is, And once you can do it and have a kind of like an event for Yoruba Nation, what we want to do is to track the number of people that do, the more more of us do what I've just done. If we all do that, we do a run, we do a charity, we raise the level of awareness, we document the times. Those are really important. When we get Yoruba Nation, we already have a data of people who have shown their belief in contraction Nigeria. Quite apart from the people that have lost their lives in this struggle, who we are going to remember. For example, those people, they will be remembered. But the people who are doing sports to bring to life Yoruba Nation, I think they deserve a very important mention. And the records that they will keep, then what will happen is those records will be lowered. We will lower those records because now events will be made from what they've done. By what I've just done now. That's why I said, for me, this is no longer mine. This is Yoruba Nation. This is owned by Yoruba Nation. It is no longer mine because this swim was to raise awareness for Yoruba Nation. This is no longer mine. This is for Yoruba Nation. It is very important. So those of you, it's important we do that. And many of us will have different skills and talent. Bring it forward. Use it as an awareness to raise Yoruba Nation. There is so much that we can accomplish in doing that. And I can't tell you, I didn't know I could do it. So let me just go and bring that time in. I didn't know I could do that time myself. I'm amazed that I did it, but I did. So I'm going to put that there. That was the time there. So it took me 1 hour 35, and that was me. I like that bit when I was after I had done it. Where is it gone? Yeah. So when I just finished, and you could see me. I'll put it down here. Can you see it? I want to make sure you can see it. So when I just finished, and I was, is that there? No, yeah, you can't see that there. Sorry. Okay. So let me just put it here. I'll put it somewhere here. So you can see me. I just finished, tired and everything, and I was really happy that I had that shot. When you accomplish something, and then you stand behind that record, and you sort of, I achieved it. I actually achieved that. Now I want us to have that mindset. The same mindset must be applied to Yoruba Nation. And, it's really important. I know these are baby steps, but they are the foundation, the very foundation of Yoruba Nation is what we are building. When we build it and we achieve things in small chunks like this is small, nothing. But we achieve that and we put them all together. They form the basis of Yoruba Nation. Nothing will break it. Promise you, I guarantee you, nothing will break it. It will be unbreakable. It is on firm footing because the people who have given their body, their soul, commitment to raising the awareness, to stop the genocide. That is the life. That is we are breathing life into Yoruba Nation. We are breathing life, and as we are breathing life into Yoruba Nation, we are making sure that we seal the coffin of Nigeria, contraction Nigeria. We seal it. It will never raise its head in our nation for eternity. So it's really important. Really, really, really important, this step. So I urge you all, please, whatever you can do to donate. The account number, you can see it on the screen. I'll go and look on the page, on the event page. I'll see if I think I've posted it in the. Let me just see if I can read it to you all. I think I have it on the. If you go to YouTube, you will see it there also. Share this video. Inspire somebody. I hope you watching this, it inspires you. I'm sure you have. In fact, I know that you have a talent that you can use to bless Yoruba Nation. By you using that talent to just raise the awareness, you are blessing Yoruba Nation. And by blessing Yoruba Nation, you're blessing yourself and your coming generation. This is really important right now. At the place we are at, we are very close to achieving it. And these are one of the steps. I am really, really glad that I could come back and tell you, I've done it. I've done it for Yoruba Nation. And like I said, that swimming trunks, It is when we get Yoruba Nation, it's gonna be in a wall somewhere. It will, they'll put it up, and it's a record. And what we expect is that record to be lowered, so that it will get lower, 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 and it becomes a focus and a target, an inspiration for the coming generation to know that the generation before, they put in their body physically. I am disabled, and I'm proud of the fact that I'm doing this despite my disability. Sometimes, a lot of days, I don't sleep because I'm in a lot of pain. But put that to one side. This is beyond. This is not about me. This is about an entire group of Yoruba people, 60 to 80 million. 60 to 80 million suffering under the injustices of a Fulanization agenda. That should inspire you. It should make you want to put the awareness, put everything you have in it, bring it to life. That's what this is about. So, listen, thank you very much. I hope that inspires you to want to get up and do something. But please, especially if you can donate. The information is on there. You got the bank account rolling on the side. The PayPal account is also there for you to use. If you want to donate via the Nigerian account, we also have that. But you have to get in touch with me via the phone number +44 on WhatsApp, 447399580606. I think it's on the screen somewhere, if I'm correct. No, it isn't. Okay, let me see if I can get it up there. The phone number is there now. Okay, let me bring that up so you can see it, because it's in the back there. So let's put that somewhere here so you can see the phone number briefly, at least. So now, 447399580606. WhatsApp me the details if you want to donate via the Nigerian account number. We welcome whatever you can do. Now, speaking about donations, we are looking at things. A lady said something this afternoon, which I thought was a good idea. What the Biafrans are doing. Now, I'm curious to the my Biafran brothers that are watching. There's this thing about donating £1 a month, that kind of thing. We need to. We're going to be having some discussions about that with the group. So, in the long term, it makes better sense if we have one central place where we can all donate to, to help with this, with getting Yoruba Nation, on a firm footing. So that is something that we'll be looking at closely, and hopefully we'll be able to come back and give you some firm information. In the meantime, until that happens, whatever you can do to donate, to assist, to help. The account number, like I said, is scrolling across the screen. You can see it there. A sort code for 02407. Account number 11712160. And then of course you got the PayPal, which is coming up across. You will see that in a minute. HTTP PayPal.me/OduduTVR. So there you have it. So you can do whatever you can. That is, you will be helping to bring to life Yoruba Nation. Above all, I want you to also consider what can you do yourself to actually raise the level of awareness within your community about Yoruba Nation. What can you do? That's what I've just done within my own community and about the areas I've raised, and I've managed to speak to people about it. And I didn't have to say anything about any government. I've just spoken about the need to stop the genocide. That's all. I've left it at that, and risen the level of awareness, the right to self-determination. Talk about those kind of things. That's what we need to do. That's where we need to go. So I hope that makes sense. I hope that inspires you. Do get in touch. If you want to do something, and you can get in touch via, you go the admin at citizenay.org. Again, it's on the screen. Please, above all, we want you to please subscribe to us on Citizen AY on YouTube. Please go and do so. You can see what Facebook are doing. We have over 323 shares, and what we are seeing are figures below 100, steady at all times. It's gone over 100 a few times, but they've deliberately brought it down. But we know that we're reaching more people than is being displayed. That's the plain fact. That is the plain fact. There's no other way to explain this other than that. So they're playing around with the algorithms, but that's okay. That's why I'm asking you, please go and subscribe on YouTube. Go on and do it now. Go on. You know you want to, because you want to continue to assist us in speaking truth to power. And we need you. We need you to be on board this journey. Listen, it's been a minute. It's been a while. Not a while. I mean, it's been a good 2 hours. I think we've been talking on here. The information in contained. Please do share. Don't forget. Please go and sign up people on the NINAS. Go down to the www.citizenay.org. On there, you can click on the blue button. There you will have the proposed Yoruba Nation Constitution. It's on there. In fact, you know what? Let me do better than that. Let me get you one step better. I'll show you how to get there whilst we are on it right now. So let me show you how that works. So what you do is this. Just go into the web search engine. Type in this. Just type in www.citizenay.org. Should come up. .citizenay. Let me see. 1 second, please. Just going to give you citizenay.org. Sorry. Okay, so now when you type that in, straight away at the top of the page, you will get this. So let me see if it comes up. I don't want to wait to make sure you get it right. So that should come up, hopefully. Now, so you see it says proposed constitution of the Yoruba Nation. At the bottom, of course, it's got the fraudulent nation. But we're keeping that for reference purposes only. Purely for reference purposes. To know where we're coming from. This is where we are going. Now, here we go. So you type on that. So now this is by the Yoruba Strategy Alliance. It was drafted on the 15th of August. I'm sure they put in a different set of constitution and everything else together to get there. But that's good. So now what we are looking at here is the constitution itself. This is the proposed constitution of Yoruba Nation. So you can see. So you can download that and you have that on your phone. On very important piece of information to have. And you can go and look at it. And the beauty is you can write to them. You can write to the Yoruba Strategy Alliance at yorubastrategyalliance.org. It says the group at yorubastrategyalliance.org. You can write to them directly. Or you can write to us and we can get in touch with them. Either way, you can do that. This is you playing a part in it. And this is, you see, the key thing that I want you to look at is it says proposed. It is not an imposition. When you are looking at the Nigerian Constitution, at no point was there a proposal. It was the Nigerian Constitution. You accept it. It was an imposition. Again, that is the way of the Fulani. They believe they have the right to impose on whoever they come into in their own land. And that is what we are resisting. And that we must use all our efforts to reject completely. This idea, I hope those of you supporting One Nigeria, I hope you get the thinking, the mindset. This show has been trying to explain to you the mindset of the Fulanis and how we can tackle it, begin to tackle it. Not all of it, but we begin to, when you understand how what is driving them, your discussions will be focused on how to ensure that you do not give them that room to oppress you in your land. As we're doing now, when we're trying to talk to them about policy documents, about rule of law and all of that, it's a waste of time. These guys believe in Sharia law. End of story. If you're talking about the Constitution, it doesn't apply to them. They believe the Constitution applies to you as a Southerner, but not to them as a Fulani. Very important point to understand. Key difference. So let's go here. Now, so you can see the preamble, article, people's right, legislature, executive, judiciary, council of kings, interstate relations, all of this. Article 6, death, national supremacy, oath of office, article amendment process, adoption, preamble. So it goes into, so read through that. And we encourage you all to read it and study it, make changes, make suggestions. These are really important things for us to do. And these are ways where we're going to build the Yoruba Nation that will be for all of us. And the key thing is that a referendum will be put in place. Do you support it? Do we accept it? Only when the people collectively have voted. And this is where having a database is important. Young and old, we need to be on the database. There'll be more talks about that later on. So this is a whole spectrum of things that we're looking at. But obviously, you start step by step. So anyway, let me stop there for now. So what's left for me to do now is to thank you very, very, very much for being part of this broadcast this evening. Please do share it. I appreciate you all, each and every one of you. Even as we're speaking, there are 32 of you watching. There should be more. We know that. Let me just give you a running total again of the people who have shared it, and because that's a better indication, not always, but it's a better indication of what we really are doing in terms of the reach we have. And let's not forget, of course, on Citizen AY on YouTube, Facebook, there are over 100,000 people on there. So let's 1 second, please. Oops. Okay, 1 second. Okay, 1 second. I'm just trying to get there. It does take some time sometimes. Yeah. So yeah, 326 shares, meaning that on average there would have been at least between 150 200 people that would have watched the show consistently, maybe as much as 300. So that tells you, but that's because of the depression. They've been holding it down. If it actually was allowed to go, that could go higher. Earlier on today, when we were on OduduwaTVRadio, we were in 1,000. So we know that. So, but I'm just saying, that is why we're asking you, please subscribe to us on YouTube. Very, very important. What's left for me to say now is we thank you very, very much. Again, ask yourself, what can you do to bring about Yoruba Nation? What talent do you have to raise the level of awareness? Can you use that talent to raise the level of awareness? If you're doing martial arts, can you do that? Film it, and can you do a demonstration? These are just suggestions. Let's see lots of suggestions. Do you run? If you can run, and we can again bring it down, do a session, get somebody to film it, get someone to time it, make sure it's official that way, because we want to document all of this, because it's all evidence of people who are keen to go for, who are doing everything they can to make the world know that they believe in Yoruba Nation. These are all building blocks, very important things for us to do. So thank you very much. I'm going to stop there for now. It's been a pleasure. Please do come back on Citizen AY and join us. Help spread the word. We would especially like you to help spread the word about Citizen AY on YouTube. That would really help. And please, if you haven't subscribed, go to Citizen AY on YouTube, click the subscription button, click the notification button, and finally give us the thumbs up. If you do that every time we do a show, we will build the platform and we'll be more able to rely on that. And YouTube and Facebook can be there if it's if they decide, okay, maybe, and they let it run and they don't interfere, good. If not, we have the other option. It's all about giving ourselves options. So thank you, and thank you. Let me just make some final thank yous to those of you who are watching right now. I want to thank Dr. D. Fabian. Good morning from here. Thank you very much to you. I want to thank Oliver Okoye, Time for Revolution, Adamate Shakiru, no more Nigeria, but Yoruba Nation. Absolutely. The plans will not work. Toba Olawale, Olubumi Balofin is watching. Thank you very much. Wasiu Akinyele, good evening. Agu Rooney, this is not about cow, just a way to acquire land in all states of Nigeria. Aguruni, you're absolutely right. Christy Noruka, I wonder how many cattle should take center stage of any country in the 21st century. Absolutely, good question. Dozie, Anyanwu, Ahmed Adewale, Adeleke, and two others, you are watching. I truly am grateful for you all. Let me just look at how many people are on YouTube right now. There are a few people there. I want to thank Idayatu Muraina. I want to thank Faudao Alimi. I want to thank Akishola Henry. I want to thank Bright. And I want to thank, so those are the two people who are there that I can see now. The others have left. Please go to YouTube, subscribe to Citizen AY on YouTube. We really need your help. Thank you so much. Thank you for being part of this broadcast this evening. We truly appreciate you. Please encourage our brothers, our Biafran brothers, our Middle Belt brothers, and Yoruba speakers who cannot speak the Yoruba people who are not very fluent in Yoruba. They can be on this platform, Citizen AY, and because that's a platform where we get this information out. Of course, we have the OduduwaTVRadio. That is largely for people who speak Yoruba. We speak English there, but our focus is to to really get the pride in our language. And of course, we are trying to try one or two things on there where they might have people who are going to be teaching the language on there. That platform will be promoting businesses as time goes on who are going to be Yoruba businesses and those kind of things. On this platform, a whole host of people and things will be brought on, just like we're doing with this. We will promoting other businesses and things. But we do appreciate whatever you can give to support Citizen AY is very welcome. The account details are there, and that would really help us in building and pushing things and going forward with more information and being able to bring speak truth to power so that you can be more informed about the decisions you make relating to your particular nation, Biafra, Yoruba, Middle Belt, like that. So those are the kind of things we're doing. But of course, as always, we are grateful. We thank you. It's been the pleasure. We're going to wrap it up here. Let us play out the Yoruba national anthem before we go. I love the song, and it's the commitment and the passion. And as you see in the picture, the steel behind you, every time I sing that, it is from the heart. It is. It's not always. It is always.
Ẹ jẹ́ kí a kọ orin orílẹ̀-èdè wa.
Good night, all. Thank you.
Iṣẹ́ wa fúnlẹ̀ wa, orílẹ̀-èdè wa, kàgbéga, kàgbéga, kàgbéga fáyé rí. Ìgbàgbọ́ wa ni pé láti bẹ̀rù làbọ̀ mọ́. Kájọlá, ìṣọ̀kan àtòmìnira ni ẹ jẹ́ ká máa lépa, tẹ̀síwájú fọ́pọ̀ ire àtòhun tó dára. Ọmọ Oòduà dìde, bọ́ sípò ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ̀. Ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀.
Thank you very much. Have a pleasant evening. I'll be back in the next few days. We continue. Yoruba Nation now. Middle Nation now. Biafra Nation now. Yoruba Nation now. Middle Nation now. Biafra Nation now. All hail Biafra. We demand for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. We demand that the federal government, now that the papers have been done and all the processing have been done for the 12 in Abuja, they should be released. But like I said, this governance is about oppression. The Fulani have got an agenda. We must resist. We must make sure we go for Yoruba Nation, Biafra Nation, and Middle Belt. We are not cows, and they do not have the right to preside over our lives in our land. They are guests. I will leave it there. Thank you very much. You're watching Citizen AY, the platform where we speak truth to power. Have a pleasant evening. Goodbye, all. Goodbye. Go. Come on. Okay, we're done. Okay, now those of you on YouTube, special for you guys. Thank you for always watching. We appreciate you all. We appreciate you very much. Continue to subscribe, share, hit the notification button, give us a thumbs up to help us build and grow this platform. It really will help. We truly appreciate you. Please, let's continue in this venue, in this vein and manner. Share this broadcast, make people aware, and talk about the things, the various issues we talked about there. We thank you all. Have a pleasant evening. See you soon. Goodbye. You're watching Citizen NY, the platform where we speak truth to power. Thank you and goodbye.